자, 테스트 하나 둘 셋, 둘 둘 셋. 지금은 마이크 테스트 하나 둘. 네네, 잘 들립니다. 하나 둘. 소리 괜찮으세요? 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋. 일단 왼쪽 벽도 해볼게요. 자, 하나 둘 셋, 둘 둘 셋. 마이크 테스트 하나 둘.
Ladies and gentlemen, a word of announcement for all on and offline participants of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. The Global ODA Forum will begin in a few minutes at 1:30 Korea Standard Time. We cordially ask that all participants enter the hall and take your seats if you're here at the venue with us today. And for those joining us online, be seated in front of your camera. Also, to minimize interruptions, we kindly ask you to refrain from using your mobile phones and please put them on silent mode. The 2021 Global ODA Forum will be streamed live online, and you will be able to access the forum through the official website, www.odaforum.kr, as well as the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs YouTube channel, also known as 농러와. If any of our viewers joining us via the official platform or website today have any questions or comments during the forum, please feel free to leave them on the chat window, in which you will find at the bottom right of the page. I would also like to inform you that viewers joining us via the Ministry's YouTube channel will not be able to participate in the real-time chat and ongoing events, and we ask for your kind understanding. During the forum, there will be various events, such as finding the character Oda, hidden in various places, as well as the ODA Current Affairs Quiz, so please stay with us until the end. Also, throughout the forum, simultaneous interpretation will be provided in Korean and English. So for those of you who would like to access interpretation, please choose the respective channels for your language. Also, for our audience joining us on site, please use the receivers at your table. Channel 3 is for Korean and Channel 4 is for English. The receivers have been disinfected, so please hold on to your receivers until the end of the forum, even during the break, and please remember to turn them in at the end of today's forum. The 2021 Global ODA Forum will begin very shortly. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. My name is Jennifer Clyde, and I have been given the honor of being your host for the forum. It's great to be here today. The 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development marks its 5th year, and it will be held over the next 2 days virtually under the theme, Exploring the Future ODA Pathways for Transformation of Global Food Systems. This year's forum consists of 4 sessions: Nourish All People, Boost Nature-Based Solutions of Production, Advance Equitable Livelihoods, Decent Work, and Empowered Communities, and Build Resilience to Vulnerabilities, Shocks, and Stresses. Through discussions focusing on such initiatives proposed at the UN Food Systems Summit in September of this year, I believe this will be a great opportunity for us to understand the international ODA trends and explore future directions for domestic ODA. As we kick off on the first day today, we will hear opening remarks of Minister Kim Hyun-soo, Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, congratulatory remarks of Pan Ki-moon, President of the Assembly and Chair of the Council, GGGI, keynote speeches of Agnes Kalibata, UN Secretary General's Special Envoy to the 2021 Food Systems Summit, and Chu Dong-hui, Director General, UN FAO, followed by 8 presentations under 2 sessions. For Session 1, Nourish All People, 4 presentations will be delivered, discussing the following: Zero Hunger Coalition, the Coalition of Action for Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems for Children and All, School Meals Coalition, and finally, the Food is Never Waste Coalition. And for the second session, Boost Nature-Based Solutions of Production, presentations will be delivered discussing a coalition for food systems transformation through agroecology, the Global Action Agenda to advance nature-positive innovation, sustainable livestock, and finally, agro-biodiversity. Then, without further ado, let us begin the opening ceremony of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. Now, first and foremost, allow me to introduce our host, Minister Kim Hyun-soo of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for his opening remarks. He has delivered his remarks through a video, so please welcome him on screen.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Hello everyone, I am Kim Hyun-soo, Minister of Agricultural, Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Thank you for attending the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. I thank Mr. Pan Ki-moon, President of the Assembly and Chair of the Council of the GGGI, and I also extend my thanks to distinguished keynote speakers, Special Envoy Agnes Kalibata for the UN Food Systems Summit, Director General Chu Dong-hui of the UN FAO, Executive Director David Beasley of the WFP, and President Gilbert Hongbo of the IFAD. This year, international cooperation in agricultural, food, and rural development has gained a great momentum. At the international conferences such as the G20 Summit and COP26, the importance of food security and the role of agriculture, rural communities, and food have gained more attention than ever to respond to the pandemic and climate change. At the UN Food Systems Summit that was held in September, the UN member countries and international organizations made commitments to food systems transformation to achieve the SDG by 2030. Also, various initiatives requiring international efforts emerged at that meeting. Korea also announced its national food plan in an effort to transform the food systems at the UNFSS. Also, Korea will join the global community's efforts to further realize and develop the global action for zero hunger, school meals, climate change adaptation, and many others as well. Against this backdrop, this year's ODA Forum is held under the theme of Exploring the Future ODA Pathways for Transformation of Global Food Systems. I expect constructive discussions to explore ways for Korea and the international community to contribute to food systems transformation. In particular, I hope that the knowledge and experiences of the international community can be shared to develop cooperation in action areas set out at the UN Food Systems Summit, which are Nourish All People, boost nature-based solutions, advance equitable livelihoods, and build resilience. Together with the international organizations joining us today and members of the international community, Korea will enhance its efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you very much.
Mr. Minister, for your opening remarks. And now we will move on to congratulatory remarks, which will also be virtually delivered by the Honorable Mr. Pan Ki-moon, President of the Assembly and Chair of the Council of the Global Green Growth Institute. Here is his video message.
Your Excellency Kim Hyun-soo, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of Korea, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Although I cannot be with you in person, it is my great pleasure to congratulate the organizers and welcome all participants to this year's Global ODA Forum. I hope the events and discussions, which are organized into 4 sessions on the themes of nourishment, nature-based solutions, equitable lives, and resilience, will contribute to generating ideas and strategies for a more sustainable future for the global community. Korea's miracle on the Han, economic growth, and the continued prosperity today can sometimes make us forget how fortunate we are, how there are almost 1 billion people in the world who still suffer from hunger. As you may know, I was born during brutal colonial era and lived through the devastating Korean War. I know what it is like to suffer from poverty and hunger. Food, water, clean air. These are just a few of the most essential ingredients for life. My legacy as the 8th UN Secretary General is often characterized by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, SDGs, and the Paris Climate Change Agreement. As I started to lead the United Nations shortly after the start of the 21st century, I tried to connect great minds and to generate ideas so we can discover global solutions to the global problems of the 21st century. In this regard, as a former UN Secretary General, I am very pleased with the recent reclassification of Korea as a developed economy by the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. And as a Korean citizen, I am very proud that Korea, which was a desperate recipient of ODA when I was a young boy, is now a donor of ODA, not only in the fields of food and agriculture, but also in green growth and climate change. Since my retirement from the United Nations, I have been serving as the President of the Assembly and Chair of the Council of the Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, a treaty-based intergovernmental organization that works to accelerate the transition to green growth. I'm proud that Korea's Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Economy and Finance, Environment, KOICA, and other ministries and agencies are partnering with GGGI to help developing countries adapt to the climate crisis and adopt sustainable development, together with other GGGI member states and even private sector partners. And that is the key. We must all work together. Thanks to the United States and the many nations of the UN working together, Korea was able to rise from the ashes of war 70 years ago. I did not know then, as a schoolboy, that I would grow up to lead the United Nations one day. That saved my country and calling on world leaders to work together. We need global solutions to the global problems, and I hope this forum can be the platform to work together and further improve ODA projects. Congratulations once again, and I wish you very successful events. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a delight. Once again, thank you message to Mr. Pan Ki-moon for his congratulatory video message. And now for the keynote speech, Please welcome Agnes Kalibata, UN Secretary General's Special Envoy to the 2021 Food Systems Summit. Here she is.
Guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be with you today for the opening ceremony of the 2021 Global Official Development Assistance Forum. I would like to applaud and thank the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea for organizing this event and a much needed contribution to the food systems transformation agenda. This is a very timely discussion since it will provide an avenue for building on the outcomes of the UN Food Systems Summit and continuing the momentum. The summit was a catalytic moment that brought together key stakeholders across the globe to give input and make commitments towards leveraging our food system to deliver on the 2030 agenda and to support countries to build back better and stronger after the COVID-19 pandemic. The summit delivered several outcomes. Most important, there was a clear paradigm shift in how we think about food. Food is not just about feeding people. It is about our planet and our economies as well. 5 areas of action were identified that, if implemented, will help us deliver a systemic approach to food. One of those areas that I must call out to your attention is the means of implementation. How we deliver on the other 4 areas will depend on how well we mobilize financing, how well we govern for the food system, and how well we innovate and use innovation to continue strengthening the food system. We must therefore move forward with action and investments that turn our ambition and commitments into results on the ground. What is at stake is very clear. Whether it's the number of people that go to bed hungry every night, or the number of people struggling with nutrition, or the environmental impact of our food system on climate and biodiversity, or whether it is the number of people and the economies that depend on our food system that are currently struggling. Working in silos or business as usual will not help us overcome these challenges. No single institution or country can do these things alone. That's why this forum is very important. The Global ODA Forum's readiness to support multi-stakeholder initiatives and delivery of international development cooperation and assistance is timely and strategic. I trust your discussions in this event will help advance several important priorities and ideas for ODA contribution to this agenda, but here are a few considerations as you start. Supporting developing countries to implement their national pathways for food systems transformation that address their priorities is going to be very critical. Encouraging private sector cooperation and public-private partnerships to leverage on technological expertise, knowledge, and investments. Promoting and supporting innovation as well as digital technologies for more sustainable food supply chains. Supporting science to policy and capacity building programs that educate stakeholders and promote investment programs across the 5 areas of action. Supporting climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience efforts to reduce the impact of climate change on people and our food systems. Integrating health, environment, and social costs into present and future investments and financial decision-making to reflect the true cost of food to our health, our environment, and poverty indicators. Supporting coordination and accountability mechanisms that will ensure that we deliver on the 2030 agenda. I want to conclude on a note of appreciation. Many of you support the Food Systems Summit, and we are grateful because we demonstrated how we can come through together on issues of global importance despite challenges like the COVID-19 pandemic. Together, we helped 165 nations step forward with strong commitments, 107 of which were already written as national pathways. Together, we saw many partners identify coalitions and initiatives for collaboration. Clearly, there's no single answer that can transform our food system, and it's not going to be a walk in the park. But through evidence-based strategies that deliver solutions at local and regional level, we can join forces to drive towards the 2030 agenda. I hope you continue to pay attention to the food systems agenda And I thank you for the work that you do in development. Thank you again.
Thank you very much to Ms. Agnes Kalibata for the very thought-provoking speech. Continuing with the second virtual keynote speech, please join me in welcoming Mr. Chi Dong-ri, Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations.
Dear Mr. Ken Yong-su, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Rome. At the United Nations Food Systems Summit in September, 165 member states gathered in New York to pledge their commitment to taking ambitious and urgent efforts to make the world agri-food system more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. This objective is at the heart of FAO New Strategy Framework 2022 to 2031 and reflect our commitment to support and coordinate global efforts for the transformation of agri-food systems. FAO will host a coordination hub, working closely with partners and key stakeholders that have engaged in food system summit process, and will build on the rich insights and expertise of young people, engineers group, and private sectors and food producers. FAO will coordinate a follow-up action arising from the summit to ensure there become the catalytic opportunities for all stakeholders. Building on the global moment and working closely in an effective, efficient, and coherent way to support the members to implement the national transformative pathways. Likewise, FAO is committed to supporting members in the implementation of the outcomes of conventions on COP15, the G20 summit, and COP26 to deliver our common vision of a better future based on the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, a better life for all, leaving no one behind. Dear colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic has set us back on our progress to achieve the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs. Within the current global context, transforming our agri-food system is complex and cannot be achieved alone. The pandemic has undermined decades of development efforts. It has pushed an additional 132 million people into chronic hunger, making the target of ending hunger and poverty even more daunting. Small-scale farmers remain disadvantaged. Women's producers earn less than men. Food price volatility has increased, and gender inequalities in land rights continue to prevail. The good news is that we know what we need to do to get back on track. Transforming agri-food systems is one of the most powerful ways to change the course and make progress toward all the 17 SDGs. Transforming our agri-food system will also answer the call to build back better. The 2021 Global ODA Forum provides a multiple stakeholders platform to identify challenges and opportunities and exchange best practices for sustainable and inclusive projects in farming, value chains, and animal disease prevention and control to improve the delivery of agri-food systems. We need a low-cost, high-impact financing that can help hundreds of millions of people get rid of hunger. FAO's flagship hand-in-hand initiative is an evidence-based, country-led, country-owned initiative and an important mechanism for the accelerating the transformation of agri-food systems at the country level, promoting sustainable rural development, and for mobilizing the required investment. Another key initiative is the FAO's co-led food coalition, a voluntary alliance open to all stakeholders who are interested in supporting global coordinated action to safeguard food security and promote the transformation of food systems to make them more sustainable. FAO's Connected Portal brings together key partners such as the farmers and the farmers' organizations, many small and medium-sized enterprises, larger private companies and financial institutions, industry trade associations, philosophic foundations, academia, and many others. The portal supports FAO's continued call for increased proactive partnerships to scale up engagement for transformative change and innovative solutions. Dear friends, FAO appreciates the contribution by the Republic of Korea through the initiatives such as the Korea Green and Digital New Deal and the 2050 Net Zero target, as well as for sharing its expertise and development experience for more sustainable agriculture and rural development, such as smart farming, digital agriculture, free and transparent trade, local production for local consumption, and the transformation of energy use in the rural communities. Finally, I look forward to the 15th World Forestry Congress in May 2022 in Seoul, which will be a good opportunity for FAO members and the international communities to come together and work together for a better world. I wish the Global ODA Forum fruitful interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our second keynote speech delivered by Mr. Choi Dong-lee, Director General of the UN FAO. Now, as the only country in the world to have transformed from a recipient to an ODA donor nation, the Republic of Korea actively seeks to share its experience with developing nations in advancing their agriculture, as well as pursue various ODA projects. And to achieve the SDGs by 2030, a consensus is forming in the international community to transform food systems. So let us now view a video introducing the current direction of Korea's agricultural ODA projects and how the country seeks to achieve the SDGs in line with the international community. Let's take a look. Yes, I do feel that together anything is possible if we work together. Hope you enjoy the video. It was a great opportunity to shed light on why we need a transformation of food systems. Now let us proceed with session 1, Nourish All People. As mentioned previously, we have 4 presentations. First, Zero Hunger Coalition, the Coalition of Action for Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems for Children and All, School Meals Coalition, and the Food is Never Waste Coalition. And now let me introduce our first presenter, Mr. Jamie Morrison, Director, Food Systems and Food Safety Division, UNFAO.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Jamie Morrison, Director of the Food Systems and Food Safety Division at the Food and Agriculture Organization, and I thank you for the opportunity to present the Coalition of Action for Achieving Zero Hunger. The Zero Hunger Coalition came together in recognition of the urgency of addressing the pervasive issue of hunger. After decades of decline, the number of hungry people globally has been increasing year on year since 2016-17. This was further exacerbated by COVID-19, with an 18% increase in the numbers of hungry during 2020 alone. Despite the centrality of more inclusive, resilient and sustainable food systems in achieving zero hunger, as reflected in Sustainable Development Goal 2, the food systems discourse had been giving inadequate attention to the issue. The Food Systems Summit has provided an opportunity to intensify commitment to ending hunger. A joint Ceres 2030 ZEF-FAO report, which was published in October 2020, provided a first ever roadmap to align these commitments. The report, which was delivered by 25 research organizations from as many countries, lays out an evidence-based pathway of 10 high-impact investments on and off the farm that will reduce hunger from 650 million to 200 million by 2030. This confluence of the urgency of tackling the pervasive issue of hunger, the means provided by the Ceres 2030 roadmap, and the opportunity of the Food Systems Summit gave rise to the emerging Coalition of Action on Zero Hunger. The Zero Hunger Coalition was constructed around 4 main principles. Firstly, that all key actions are aligned with national food systems transformation pathways, many of which have been developed as a result of the Food Systems Summit process. Secondly, that acceleration of these pathways is the main priority of all actions of the coalition. Thirdly, that all involved stakeholders seek to align their interventions with the 10 areas for investment which are defined during the major programme of work of the Ceres 2030 Consortium, which I'll touch on in a moment, which identified a set of investments that are achievable, affordable, and together will have a meaningful impact in reducing hunger. And fourthly, that the alignment of action is based on existing structures and initiatives that are being incorporated within this coalition. The Ceres 2030 report highlights 3 key areas for action, and each has priority areas for investment. So firstly, empowering the excluded, with investments to enable farmer participation in farmer organizations, investments in vocational programs, and in scaling up social protection programs. Secondly, on the farm, with investment in extension services, interventions to support economically viable sustainable practices, supporting the adoption of climate resilient crops, increasing research on water scarce regions, and improving the quantity and quality of livestock feed. And thirdly, food on the move. This refers to reducing post-harvest loss along the supply chain and investing in infrastructure and services to support small and medium-sized enterprises. Using these 3 areas and the 10 types of interventions as a guide, the Zero Hunger Coalition brings together relevant solution clusters that have been developed during the Food System Summit process from all of the action tracks and levers of change, thus allowing for better coordination of action. For example, under Empower the Excluded, the Coalition brings together solution clusters generated under action tracks 1 and 4, and also under the gender lever of change. But the design of the Coalition supplements these 3 areas with solutions that focus on promoting peace and preventing acute hunger. For example, the wasting reset and the commitments to the right to food. But also those solutions that seek to mobilize resources, such as the private sector Zero Hunger Pledge and the small and medium-sized enterprise financing. Reflecting priorities that have emerged from the many national dialogues, the Coalition will be systemic. It will link investments from farm to fork. The actions that it supports will generate co-benefits in addition to ending hunger. For example, helping to meet the Paris climate emission targets, and also seeking to double the income of more than 500 million food producers. The Coalition seeks to mobilize multi-stakeholder support from existing and new global level initiatives. Examples of these global initiatives can be seen in the bottom left of this slide and include the Food Coalition, which was just referred to by the FAO Director General, and which is reflected in the recent G20 declaration. It includes also the Wasting Reset, FAO's hand-in-hand initiative, the Global 50-50 Food Initiative, which reflects women's leadership in food systems, and the Zero Hunger Funds, amongst others. These initiatives need to be linked through to national level, working with and through the UN resident coordinators and the UN country teams, and aligned with UN cooperation frameworks. The role of national food systems conveners, which played such a key role during the Food System Summit process and in the development of national transformative pathways, will be critically important in ensuring that the coalitions deliver at the national level. The initial impetus for the coalition was generated through the leadership of Action Track 1 of the summit. And as we move to the post-summit implementation, the Rome-based agencies, FAO, WFP, and IFAD, are now discussing how best to take the coalition forward and to support the work to ensure that actions of the diverse partners that have expressed interest in the coalition are better aligned and coordinated for impactful investment in reducing hunger. As this is the first coalition to be presented in this global ODA forum, I take advantage of the opportunity to stress a set of key functions that we expect all coalitions to provide. Perhaps most importantly among these functions, the coalitions will seek to foster greater alignment and coherence of efforts, reducing the fragmentation of efforts and investments that has held back meaningful transformation in the past. In doing so, they will help to catalyze coordinated investment and collective action on key priorities at country level, but also in generating regional and global public goods. They will facilitate networking from local to global, serving as a conduit to bring together local, national, and global constituencies around key priorities. The coalitions can also help to build and maintain attention on these key priorities, and to mobilize actors to generate the required political will, and can help to identify and bring key stakeholders around the table. They can also facilitate the transfer of knowledge, of lessons and best practice, and the mobilization of the capacities from a range of different organizations to help accelerate action and impact. And finally, they can help to repurpose existing funds to have greater impact, but also to galvanize new funds and partnerships around priority areas. As you will see today, the coalitions will each take different approaches to delivering these functions. They are at different stages of advancement in terms of defining the roles of the involved organizations and countries, in proposing activities, and in looking at their progress monitoring arrangement. So finally, this slide gives a snapshot of the member states, civil society organizations, research organizations, multilateral organizations that have expressed an interest in becoming part of the Zero Hunger Coalition over the past months. We look forward to working together with these and other interested parties as we work to eliminate hunger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Jamie Morrison once again for your presentation on Zero Hunger Coalition. And for now, we will move on to our next subject, which also comes at a timely moment. To talk about School Meals Coalition, we welcome Ms. Carmen Burbano, Director of School-Based Programs, UNWFP. I believe we are experiencing a bit of difficulty connecting. Since this is connecting virtually, we ask for your kind patience.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you today. It's lovely to be here with you. I've been asked to represent the School Meals Coalition. My name is Carmen Burbano, and I work in the World Food Program. But I want to start by saying that I am here representing a group of countries that came together earlier this year in the belief that we all needed to work together to make sure that children received a healthy meal in school by 2030. And the impetus of this coalition that was born during the Food System Summit of this year really came out of what happened last year during the COVID pandemic. As you may all remember, last year, in the midst of the lockdown and all of the different measures that governments took, 90% of the school systems in the world were closed and children were sent home. And that was a catastrophe for education sectors all around the world, but also for children that not only lost access to their education, but also lost access to services like school meals, like health services in schools. 370 million children last year lost access to the one meal a day that they could count on. And this was a catastrophe of hunger and of education access all over the world. As 2020 progressed, governments did their best to pivot their programs to support providing food at home wherever they could. The World Food Program supported these governments to see if we could quickly make sure that the food that they had lost in school, that these children had access to that food at home while they were learning. And while all these efforts were made, an enormous amount of children were fed, it was clear that really nothing substituted for schools being open and for these programs being operational in all countries in the world. So by the time 2021 rolled around, a lot of countries felt, a lot of government leaders felt that they really needed to do something about this. And the idea of a coalition of governments was born in February of 2021. Led by Finland, which has the largest and best, I would say, program of school meals in Europe, but also by President Macron of France, countries got together earlier this year to really discuss what would be needed, what would it take to really ensure that governments had restored access to these programs for all children that lost them during the pandemic. And then they also decided that there was a second objective that they wanted to focus on, which was helping low-income countries reach 73 million children that had lost access to these programs even before the pandemic. So the second objective of the coalition, please don't show the slides. I am just speaking. Can you please stop sharing the slide? As I was mentioning, the first objective of the coalition is to restore access to these programs that were lost during the pandemic. The second objective of the coalition is to reach these 73 million children that really didn't have access to these programs even before the pandemic. And the third objective was to improve these programs across the board. And this includes, for example, the connection to local agriculture, how to make these programs more agriculture friendly, how to provide better access to markets from smallholder farmers, how to make the food more sustainable and healthier in schools, how to start incorporating climate-friendly approaches to these programs, incorporate, for example, food fortification and other innovations that have been so important in Korea and other countries. And really importantly, how this coalition can become a platform for best practice around the world where governments can share. One thing I should tell you is that governments from around the world felt that this was important. This is not a coalition that was particularly about just school meals in particular countries. As the months went by, governments started seeing that this is really a transformational platform that was important across the board to get children back into school, to get girls into school. It was an important platform to make sure that children were eating healthy food, particularly where there's a lot of problems on obesity and overweight and not just hunger. There was also the realization that these programs are really important social protection measures for children that are at the bottom quintiles of populations across the globe. These programs really represent a really important safety net for them and their families. And finally, as I mentioned, a very important agricultural support system that gives access to markets for farmers. So now I'm going to show a few slides just to tell you which countries are part of the coalition. Let me just share my screen. And here to the left, you have, I hope, the 61 countries that have joined this coalition. It was the largest initiative launched at the Food Systems Summit. And as you can see, countries from Finland, France, the US, Sweden, Senegal, DRC, Egypt, in all parts of the world, including Latin America, countries like Brazil, like Argentina, like Chile, they all joined with the effort of improving their own domestic programming, but also supporting other countries that needed peer-to-peer best practice and other kinds of support. I should say also that 55 partners committed to supporting the coalition, and you have the names, and you can see just from this slide how huge the coalition is. The 5 major UN agencies have joined, including the UN World Food Programme, FAO, UNICEF, UNESCO, and WHO, but a myriad other NGOs, think tanks, academic partners, etc. And during the year, a number of declarations at the regional level started to support the coalition. The most recent one, and you have the 5 high-level declarations there in this slide, but I will just focus on the last one, which was the G20 declaration, which included a mention of the School Meals Coalition as a very important initiative that the biggest economies in the world are supporting. Now, I want to end by just one of the questions that we get is really what is in joining the coalition? What do we get out of it? Why is this important, etc. So first of all, in terms of joining the coalition, governments decided that they wanted to provide a statement of support, that they wanted to commit formally to joining this coalition. So this is what was decided, that there was going to be a declaration of commitment. So member states, for example, Korea or Sweden or Denmark, they have to consider signing a declaration of commitment. It's a 1-page document. Most of these, all of the countries, the 61 countries have signed this document, some at presidential level and others at ministerial level. And then partners sign a declaration of support. So that's the first very formal, let's say, way of joining the coalition. But really, why would somebody join? Why would a country join? Why would an organization join? The first thing would be because there's an opportunity to participate in the initiatives of the coalition. And there are 5 initiatives at the moment that have been launched, especially to support governments with their goals of improving their programs and scaling up their programs. The first initiative is a research consortium that is being led by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. This initiative was launched earlier this year in May. It is probably the most established initiative of the coalition. And the objective of the research consortium is to bring together research institutes from around the world in the global north and global south to put together a research agenda to support decision makers with their programs at the country level. And by that, I mean ministers of finance, ministers of education, prime ministers and presidents that really want more evidence and better guidance to support them with their decisions of where to invest, how to design their school meals programs, how to make them better, how to improve their quality, etc. Countries that really want to learn what's happening in other countries and elsewhere can really learn and benefit from the work of the research consortium. As I was mentioning, this includes think tanks and universities like Harvard, like Ottawa University, Oxford University, IFPRI in Washington, and as I was mentioning, universities across the globe, including in China, in India, in South Africa, and others. Now, the second big initiative really has to do with supporting governments, especially low-income countries, afford these programs, have better domestic financing solutions. The initiative, the School Meals Coalition, is really not about mobilizing large quantities of international funding for these programs, although that is expected, but really to help low-income countries sustainably afford these programs. And the Global Education Commission, led by Gordon Brown, the Special Envoy to Education from the Secretary General, is leading a financing task force to support countries with better information about how can they sustainably afford these programs. Then Germany has announced, together with other countries, and it's exploring at the moment who will be co-leading this, a peer-to-peer community of best practice. And here this initiative is particularly meant for governments that join the coalition. They can share their innovations, their best practices, and support other countries with technical assistance. So this is really supposed to be a network to help countries get engaged with each other and share what they would like to share. And so, for example, in the Asia region, the issue of innovations around fortification is a really important best practice that we hope can be shared with other countries in Africa, in Europe, and in Latin America and elsewhere. The peer-to-peer community of best practice would be the place to do so. And then 2 more initiatives, one on monitoring and data, and another one on advocacy, are really rounding out the coalition in terms of how do we make sure that we have enough information around school meals globally that will be provided and reported on every 2 years. The coalition, as I mentioned, is growing. Although we have 61 countries that have now joined, there's always space for more, and we very much welcome the government of Korea's interest in this coalition. And given the enormous amount of technical know-how and best practice, we really encourage Korea and other countries to join this massive call to action for children around the world. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for the thought-provoking presentation. Once again, thank you to Ms. Carmen Bourbono with her presentation on School Meals Coalition. We will go back to our second subject, which happens to be the Coalition of Action for Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems for Children and All. Please welcome Ms. Nancy Jennings-Arbuto, Deputy Director, Food and Nutrition Division, UNFAO. Yes,
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to share information on the Coalition of Action for Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems for Children and All. It's a big, long title, so we usually just refer to it as the Healthy Diets Coalition. I'm here to discuss this coalition on behalf of all of the partners and the members and countries who are working on its development. So I'm here from FAO, but I'm really speaking on behalf of a large group of people who have come together in support of development of this coalition. And I'm going to be discussing the why, and the what, and the how of the Coalition for Healthy Diets. So each year, nearly 8 million people die because they are unable to eat healthy and balanced diets. And a further 420,000 people die a year from consuming unsafe foods. And these deaths are really just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the burden to health and to economies caused by the lack of safe and healthy diets. Furthermore, food systems are impacting our environment in an absolutely unsustainable way. They account for 80% of fresh water consumption and contribute 20 to 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions and 70% of biodiversity loss, showing that our climate and our biodiversity targets will not be achieved without changes in our food systems, facilitated by shifting dietary patterns. So healthy diets from sustainable food systems have an enormous potential to power the SDGs, and they must be at the heart of food system transformation. And diets are perhaps the clearest link between human and planetary health. But 3 billion people cannot afford healthy diets. So it's much more than just the promotion of healthy diets. It's really a transformation that's needed. And that is why there was a strong call for the development of a broad coalition of stakeholders to align efforts at all levels across sectors for collective impact. So the focus of this coalition is on healthy diets, diets that are health promoting, that are disease preventing, healthy diets for today and for the future, meaning we need to focus on healthy diets and the sustainability of the food system. And with this holistic view, we find links and support from across the action tracks of the Food System Summit. So it's not only FAO from the UN system that's supporting, as I've already mentioned, we also count on the collaboration and the commitment from a number of other UN agencies, all listed here. There are also non-governmental organizations of the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, EAT, and the Worldwide Fund for Nature, as well as academic partners and research partners who have given critical thought leadership in initiating the coalition and continue to support it. And finally, of course, we've already identified strong linkages to other coalitions, again, from across all of the action tracks. So we're identifying those strong linkages with the School Meals Coalition that you just heard about, as well as Zero Hunger, Blue Foods, Agroecology, Living Incomes, Decent Work, and Food Loss and Waste. Well, that's the why. Why are we forming this coalition? Why do we think that it can be supportive of global SDGs? But now the what. What will this coalition do? The coalition has a wide scope by definition, and it affords multiple entry points to diverse food systems actors, and it has broad support because of these multiple entry points. But how do we bring that all together for action? Well, one crucial element is that all actors and their commitments will shift food systems towards a shared vision. This is a vision of a world where all people are eating healthy diets from sustainable food systems. Healthy diets are available, affordable, and accessible to all, especially the most vulnerable to malnutrition, including women and children, and the elderly, and the traditionally marginalized communities, including minorities and indigenous peoples. Actions across the food systems will be catalyzed to increase the diversity of safe and nutritious foods in appropriate amounts for people's diets. Food systems will be catalyzed to produce foods using methods that support the climate, the soils, water, and biodiversity. And food systems will be catalyzed to curb excess consumption of diets and foods that have high levels of environmental impact because they are the natural resource intense or they produce high levels of greenhouse gas emissions, as well as limiting consumptions of food and drinks that are high in unhealthy fats and sugars and salts. So the aim is that the healthy diets are available, they're affordable, and they're accessible to all, especially those most vulnerable. But we have a measurable goal as well. So these are our aims, these are our ambitions, but the measurable goal is to have the number of people who cannot afford a healthy diet while we continue to work in partnership to ensure that food is produced from sustainable food systems. So there's already a tremendous amount of work, of course, a tremendous amount of activity that directly and indirectly affects healthy diets from sustainable food systems and are supportive of that vision that I mentioned. Yet actions often remain discordant, they're disconnected, they're siloed, and different actors, policies, business, research, civil society actors have never been so focused on the importance of what people eat for health and for the environment for today. And we can use this moment to bring this multitude of activity together in order to have a multiplier effect so that we can really have that transformation that we desire. So the purpose and the added value of the coalition is to align, it's to mobilize, and it's to support action so that we can have a more impactful action by stakeholders across the food systems working towards that shared vision. So the coalition, we will align, mobilize, and support coherent action in three main areas. Supplying food, that is reorienting the food supply to focus on nutritional value while ensuring livelihoods of those working in the food supply chain and protecting the environment. Working in the food environments themselves, that's enhancing food environments to increase accessibility, affordability of healthy foods through actions such as capacity strengthening for retailers of nutritious foods, healthier food marketing, and food-sensitive urban planning. And finally, valuing food that's motivating, empowering, and enabling everyone, everywhere, to have the agency to acquire, prepare, and eat healthy diets produced in environmentally sustainable ways. And it will also align, mobilize, and support coherent action in enabling policies and practices in governance, and in business, and in financing, and in data. And these are across all of those areas of the food system mentioned before. That's the food supply, the food environment, and that valuing of food. So now, how will the coalition go about making this happen? Well, first off, the coalition and its governance will be built with the members. There are already 13 members who have stepped forward to work with the partners to co-create the how of the coalition. These include Brazil, Chile, Denmark, Ecuador, Ethiopia, Finland, Ghana, Nigeria, Norway, Slovenia, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United Arab Emirates. So you can hear by that list, it's different types of member states living in different contexts in different parts of the world, all coming forward to say, we want to be at the front to help shape this coalition. And we appreciate that commitment and that partnership. Now, there's an initial proposal for the governance of the coalition, and it's shown here, but it is a work in progress. It will, by design, be demand-driven and will align with the overall follow-up from the Food Systems Summit. And finally, it will be inclusive. All stakeholders from all contexts are able to participate in the coalition, provided they're taking action towards that shared vision, and that they abide to the specific principles of engagement of the coalition. So building on those national dialogues and country plans coming out of the Food Systems Summit preparation process and even after the Food Systems Summit, the coalition proposes a point of departure for further co-creation of the coalition in 4 critical mechanisms for action. The first being, the coalition will support countries in mapping actions by multiple stakeholders, which influence the goal of healthy diets from sustainable food systems. What are stakeholders doing across food systems and to identify synergies and complementarities where we may not have known they existed? The coalition will provide an advisory service to support that alignment I've discussed before, to support strengthening and prioritization appropriate to a country context, including identifying what supportive action is needed from the global level. Third, the coalition will be a forum for peer-to-peer dialogue, open discussion, and mutual support towards that shared vision. And fourth and finally, the coalition will support mobilization of funds from public and private sectors for prioritized action, especially for those lower and middle income countries. So in conclusion, we continue to build and grow together and hope to have more members and partners joining our journey of enabling safe and healthy diets for all, for today and for generations, through the Coalition for Action of Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems for Children and All, leaving no one behind. The core leadership group will continue to work with countries who have stepped forward to co-design the trajectory and the path of this coalition, including finalizing those principles of engagement. We envision a 6-month transition period as we move from this concept to action, and we encourage any interested stakeholder to reach out for further information and look forward towards a real member-driven, country-focused coalition that will set the tone to drive impact for the food system transformation we need to enable healthy diets for all, for today and for the future. Thank you very much.
And thank you to Ms. Nancy Jennings-Aburto for your presentation on Healthy Diet Coalition. Last but not least, we will hear about the Food is Never Waste Coalition from Maximo Torero, Chief Economist, UNFAO, through this video. Let's take a look.
Dear colleagues, it's a real pleasure for me to be with you today to present the Food Never Waste Coalition. Let me start by sharing my PowerPoint so that we can go through the different elements that we are looking at the Food is Never Waste Coalition. As you know, this is one of the coalitions that came as a result of the Food Systems Summit. But let me start first with looking at the global facts and figures. First, it's important to mention that 14% of the food value at $400 billion is lost on an annual basis between harvest and the retail market. As you know, losses go up to wholesale market included. Also, 17% of food production is wasted in households, food services, and retail. And this is the latest number reported by UNEP. So at the same time, food loss and waste account for approximately 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So this is a huge challenge. We live in a world where we have enormous food insecurity. Close to 811 million people today, up to 111 million people today are facing chronic undernourishment. This number has been exacerbated by 161 more million people because of COVID-19. And despite this, we keep losing around 14% of the food and 17% being wasted. At the same time, we see a significant increase in moderate or severe food insecurity, which affects more than 30% of the world population. What this means, both undernourishment and overnutrition. So undernourishment, chronic undernourishment, as reported in the left graph, but also overnutrition and obesity. So we have a huge challenge, no? We have significant increase in undernourishment, chronic undernourishment, increase in overweight and obesity, and also healthy diets are out of reach for 3 billion people. How we can face this situation with a situation where we are not using our food in the best possible way, and we are losing and wasting so much food. The impact of this also affects the 3 dimensions of sustainability: the environmental dimension, the economic dimension, and the social dimension. The environmental dimension, because as I mentioned, food loss and waste impact the environment for resources used to produce food and from the generation of greenhouse gas emissions. So it's not only the 10% on greenhouse gas emissions, but it's also the use of water, land, and soil, which is being wasted because of food loss and waste. Also, food loss and waste induce economic losses and reduce returns on investment to farmers because they don't get all the revenues of what they are producing. And that's what we need to change. For sure, it could be that farmers will face lower prices if there is more supply of food. But again, if farmers focus on standards and quality, that could also benefit them and increase their revenues. And finally, food loss and waste impede the development and hinder social progress because we are not moving farmers out of poverty and they are facing significant challenges to be able to access to markets. So this 3-dimensionality on this system approach, the agri-food system approach, is central to this coalition. Now, we have been doing reviews through the scientific group of the Food System Summit, and we found that food loss and waste is a triple win. First, it increased access to healthy diets. Second, it makes efficient use of our natural resources. And third, it reduces the impact on the environment. In the table in the right-hand side, you will see in green where we have positive synergies, in red where we have trade-offs or negative synergies. In the case of the first line, for example, reducing waste and overconsumption, the only case where we have a potential trade-off is in the smallholder income. And that is because what I referred before, that if there is more local supply, farmers could lower their prices. But again, a solution to this is for farmers to improve quality standards and differentiate their product and therefore get higher revenues. But apart from that, if we look at the reducing food losses, all of them are green. So clearly comparing to other types of interventions like protection and relocation of resources, or increasing agricultural productivity, or adopting sustainable diets, the case of food loss and waste is this triple win, which makes it one of the win-win situations for interventions and where we can make a real difference to the hungry people in the world. Also, reducing food loss as waste as a result of this has been very high in the agenda of the countries. When we analyze through artificial intelligence and doing test scrapping technologies, all the different national pathway documents that were developed as part of the Food System Summit, we have analyzed 105 of them. And 78 of the 105 include the importance of food loss and waste reduction in their national pathways of transformation for the Agri-Food System Summit. The 78 countries link food loss and waste reduction to addressing food security, food safety, and environmental sustainability concerns. So countries really understand this triple win, and they are asking for a change. And that's where we have to work together with the coalition and with the follow-up of the summit to be able to make these important differences. Now, what is the economic case of reducing food loss? Food loss reduction may improve productivity and thus contribute to economic growth. Clearly, we will be using, and farmers will be using the resources in a more effective way, because the numerator, the amount they produce, will be higher than the denominator, the total area or the total inputs they are using. So clearly, productivity can increase. Again, there could be a negative correlate with the prices, but that will depend on how much products are being differentiated. Secondly, it will improve food security or the nutrition status of the most food insecure. We know today 3 billion people don't have access to healthy diets. So we need to make something different to improve this, and we need to increase the availability, especially of high-value commodities, where the losses and the waste is the highest. We are talking of 30 or more % in many countries of high-value commodities losses and waste. So that's where we can improve food security, because we will increase the availability of high-value commodities because of the reduction of food loss and waste. And finally, it will help to mitigate the negative environmental impacts of losses in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and pressure on land and water resources. The strategic partners of the coalition are the UN member states. Up to now, we have the USA, Brazil, Indonesia, Italy, Ecuador, Australia, Denmark, and others, and also further potential members of key regional organizations, the G7, the G20 is also pursuing, through the Matera Declaration, reduction in losses. It already existed a platform that was developed in the G20 Turkey, and there will be a follow-up also in the G20 of Indonesia. And over 30 member states, including UK, Netherlands, Canada, and Chile. UN agencies and IFIs will be central: FAO, UNEP, the World Bank Regional Development Banks, civil society through WRI, RAP, WWF, Global Food Bank Network, academia and think tank research centers like Wageningen University, and of course the CIR. But others like the Champions 12.3, which could play a crucial role to help the process that we want to move forward. What are the core objectives of this coalition? First is to halve waste by 2030. This is the SDG 12.3 target. But also to reduce food losses, which there is not a concrete target, but we are arguing it should be reduced in 25%. And why 25% and not 50%? Because reduction of losses is a lot more complex, because we are talking of many small farmers, micro entrepreneurs, SMEs that need to improve the way they produce. And that requires technical assistance, extension services, and it could take a longer time. So we believe it's realistic to talk about a reduction of 25%. Second, we want to create more sustainable and resilient food systems that seek to ensure food loss and waste are minimized. Third, we want to build and strengthen collaboration throughout the food systems to ensure learning and sharing of best practices. And finally, we want to promote investment in food loss and waste reduction by attracting the private sector to do these investments. In terms of the specific objective of the coalitions, first, we want to improve and to increase the availability of information that we have. We have to make measurement of food loss and waste a routine globally to build a case for action, track progress, and identify food loss and waste hotspots. We need to work on to identify where losses occur in the value chain, where waste occurs, so that we can put measures and policies to reduce those and bring technical assistance and technological innovation. We need to support governments in the design of national action plans, set food loss and waste reduction targets, draft and implement national policies, and encourage the formation of circular food economy. We need to ensure that the different forms of agriculture and fishery losses are addressed and that solutions are implemented. There is very little work done on fishery losses, and that's a sector that we need to increase our investment to improve the metrics and the quality of information on fishery losses. We need to boost investment in food loss and waste reduction and circular food economy, and to implement various financing and funding solutions that will support investments in entire food systems. In every environment, the solutions and the financing mechanisms could be different, but we need to figure out how we can do it so that this can be resolved. We also want to design an investment and a de-risking facility to accelerate implementation of food loss and waste reduction measures and circular food economy investments. We want to advocate for the use of control mechanisms like target, measure, act, or plan, do, check, act for food loss and waste reduction by countries and companies. We want to change social norms around the world so that it is no longer considered acceptable to waste food from households, retail, or hospitality. And here we can profit from the Food Loss and Waste Reduction Code of Conduct that was already approved by all FAO members. This is a great opportunity to mainstream this Code of Conduct to create this behavioral change. And we also need to create a global policy framework that ensures the rescue of surplus food into high added value applications, recycling or conversion, or recycling, and that progressively phase out landfill and incineration of food loss and waste, which creates significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions. The mechanisms for implementation of this require 5 core elements: prioritize food loss and waste reduction, adopt an evidence-based systematic approach to reduce food loss and waste. We want to measure, to target, and to act, but we need to have proper numbers and evidence. We have done, for example, a literature review of all the different interventions that were done to reduce losses in the past. And we have found that many of them don't even have cost-benefit approaches. Many of them don't even have returns of how effective they were. And many of them didn't have the returns expected. So we need to keep working, we need to keep systematizing information and solutions so that we can create also north-south, south-south learning. We need to assess food loss and waste levels, set national targets, and identify and implement prioritized initiatives. We need to monitor, report, and share learning. And we need to foster collaboration and support other countries and organizations where appropriate. The mechanisms for report and sharing can use existing initiatives and coalitions and platforms to provide mechanisms for reporting and sharing what we have done. For example, the Food Coalition launched by FAO in 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and part of the Matera Declaration of the Italian G20 is a way because it has as a priority reduction of food loss and waste, and we're going to track the results of the interventions in the countries that are part of the results of the contest that was launched in the Matera Declaration. We also have the FAO-hosted G20 Technical Platform on Food Loss and Waste together with IFPRI. This platform was launched initially in the Turkish G20 and has been followed up over time, and has also linked to a network of practitioners in the topic. Here we can put and mainstream best practices that are well evaluated and are evidence-based. The UNEP think tank It's Safe campaign also could be a crucial mechanism. The World Bank country assessments, which have been very active and publishing, which can also be part of this. And the Champions per se website and annual reports can also help us to bring this information and to properly report the results. Now, as any other activity, there are financial needs. And the order of magnitudes that we need for halving food loss and waste, cutting food loss in the years up to 2030 by 25% is of the order of $5 billion of public sector investment and multiple of this amount in private sector investment. So it's a complex issue, and these are preliminary numbers. We need to keep working and fine-tuning depending on the transformation pathways and depending on what are the problems in each country, in each value chain, and where the hotspots of losses are. We need to be careful to use the numbers properly, and we need to be careful for each case and for each intervention that we bring up to solve a concrete problem of a country, not to do generic things. To target countries and resolve their problem, we need to have a cost-benefit analysis. For sure, there are global issues that we need to take into account, but it's important to understand how we can bring these best solutions to the problems being faced. It's not just putting cooling facilities, for example, to assure the bigger duration of the commodity. It's also to target how to allocate them and where it will be more effective to have them so that farmers can access to them. And also to have the institutionality behind it. What are the mechanisms, how we can use warehouse receipt systems, normally using staples and high-value commodities, creating linkage to the financial market. So it's a complex problem that we're trying to resolve. But we need to act and we need to start now. Let me just finalize in an overview of what is this coalition. We want to plan and control. We want to work with country diagnostics, targets and action plan, as I mentioned. Our focus is to start to work with the countries. We need to look at the food systems as a whole, the agri-food systems. We need to look at the production side, the pre-harvest, the harvest and the post-harvest losses, and the distribution, the marketing, and the processing, and also, of course, the consumer side for waste. We need to look at logistics. We need to bring the circular economy and look at the demand and see how we can change behavior. That's the only way we will reduce, and food will never be waste. But at the same time, we have to have enabling factors, investments, finance and funding, organizational and institutional innovation, code of conduct of reduction of food loss and waste, and other institutional innovations at the consumer level, for example, to reduce and to change behavior and to provide the proper incentives to change the behavior, and policy implementation. This is the only way we will have the impact that we are aiming to, and the triple win we are aiming to, increasing in productivity, increasing in the efficiency of the use of our natural resources, and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you very much for your time, and it was a pleasure to be with you today. And I hope what I have presented today is of use for this conference.
Yes, and that was Mr. Maximo Torero on Food is Never Waste. Thank you again to all four presenters for your very valuable insights. Now, we will move on to the panel discussion for session 1. A reminder before we begin is that for those who have any questions or comments related to the topic, you are more than welcome to leave them in the chat window of our official website. Then first, please let me welcome our moderator, Research Director Ho Jang of the Center for International Agricultural Partnership, Korea Rural Economic Institute. And our panelists, Director Marian Yoon, UNWFP Seoul Global Office, Director Kim Sun-hee, Department of Strategy and Research, Korea Foundation for International Healthcare, Director Cho Jang-myung, SDGs Program Management Team of KOICA. And three of our presenters are still with us despite the late hours in their respective countries, so thank you very much once again. And they are Director Jamie Morrison, Food Systems and Food Safety Division, UNFAO, Deputy Director Nancy Aburto, Food and Nutrition Division, UNFAO, and Chief Economist Maximo Torero, UNFAO. Director Ho Jang, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Jang Ho. I'm the research director of the Korea Rural Economic Institute. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening in the world. And from now on, we'd like to start our discussion session for the first session of today. This is so far there have been 4 presentations from 4 different coalitions or initiatives. The Zero Hunger, the Healthy Diets, School Meals, and Food is Never Waste. So, so from now on, I'd like to introduce 3 panelists, but one of our panelists is now, will be on the screen. And because we are a little bit ahead of our schedule, so maybe she's going to come a little bit later, but we'd like to start from now on with 2 panelists in the beginning. So the first discussant is Marian Yoon. She's the director of UNWFP Seoul Global Office, and that's the next discussant is Ms. Kim Sun-hee. She's Director of Department of Strategy and Research. Oh, no, sorry, she's the last one. So the second discussant is Cho Jung-myung. She is the Director of SDG Program Management Team of KOICA, Korea International Cooperation Agency. And the last discussant is Ms. Kim Sun-hee. She's Director of Department of Strategy and Research. She belongs to Korea Foundation for International Healthcare. So that's the order of the discussion today. And after we hear the comments, and maybe they are raising some questions to the presenters, and after their comments and questions, each presenter will give the answer or some responses, and then maybe if we have some time, then we can go to the second round of comments or questions and answer and response. Also, we are having some questions on the line, and if we have further more time, then you can try to pick up some questions and try to give some answers to the questions that was raised on the screen. All right, I'd like to ask, without further ado, I'd like to ask Marian Yoon to discuss about the presentation. Marian?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ho, and good afternoon to everybody joining from Korea, and good morning to those joining from Rome. And I'd like to really thank the 4 presenters who gave excellent presentations on the 4 coalitions that make up the Food System Summit's first action track, Nourish All People. I think we can all agree that the actions that seek to ensure access to safe and nutritious food for all are broad, but they also converge. And in many ways, they have to work in integrated manner and through integrated programs that strengthen different systems through different synergies and collaborations, because nothing that we do, none of these actions really exist alone. coming from the World Food Program, this is particularly true in many of the programs that we are implementing in currently 88 countries around the world. And we don't have time to speak about all of these different programs and different ways that WFP is working with governments and partners to address food insecurity and food security and nutrition issues around the world. But I'd like just to use this opportunity to perhaps speak a little bit more about the school meals program on the back of the presentation we heard from Director Carmen Burbano from Rome, really around the coalition, the School Meals Coalition, that seeks to improve the quality and expand the scale of school meal programs globally and in an effort to make it more transformative. School Meals Program is just one of many programs that WFP is supporting around the world, but it is what can often be called a flagship program, and it is for sure the world's most widely used safety net. This, I think, is because school meals programs not only provide students with food and nutrition, they also increase class enrollment, the programs sustain school attendance, and improve overall school performance. So all around the world, benefits of school feeding on children and adolescents are well documented, they are well understood. These programs, when delivered properly, alleviate hunger, they reduce micronutrient deficiency and anemia. It can prevent overweight and obesity. It improves school enrollment and attendance, as I mentioned already. It increases cognitive and academic performance and demonstrably contributes to gender equity when it comes to access to education. School meals also contribute to children's protection in fragile contexts and in emergencies. And this is where WFP does a lot of work as well. Worryingly, since the COVID-19 pandemic hit, we have heard that hundreds of millions of children have missed school meals because of school closure. And while there are impressive efforts being made to sustain or resume these programs, the reality is that, as Carmen has already indicated, over 70 million children are still in urgent attention, are still in need of urgent attention and support, especially in countries, in countries that are in conflict or dealing with crises. School meal programs can also stabilize communities. They can help restore a sense of normality and stability for the most vulnerable children, and keeping children in schools can protect them against physical abuse and other risks like child or early marriage and child labor. For the World Food Program, school meals programs are not only a platform to reach communities, but also to transform national systems in relations to food, education, social protection, and health. So it really touches on multiple sectors. And they are a key long-term investment in millions of people's futures, in reducing hunger across the globe, and also in strengthening local economies. This is because, as we've also heard, school meal programs can serve as a springboard for food system transformation, while simultaneously improving the quality of education. Where possible, and depending on the national and local markets and food systems, locally grown food can be a nutritious, healthy, and efficient way to provide school children with a daily meal, while at the same time improving opportunities for smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers who make up the vast majority of the people who WFP provides assistance through in a variety of its programs. So the World Food Programme's homegrown school feeding initiative, for instance, is such an approach that tries to link school feeding programs with local smallholder farmers to provide millions of school children with food that is safe, diverse, nutritious, and above all, local. And this concept is really at the nexus of human capital development, local agriculture, and rural food systems transformation. It really seeks to strengthen the linkages between nutrition, agriculture, and social protection, and therefore it contributes to the achievements of a number of different SDGs. WFP is currently working with 46 governments to implement national homegrown school meals programs that are government-led and cost-effective, that use food that is locally grown by smallholder farmers. And the vision really is to establish a safety net for the poor and eradicate malnutrition in school-aged children while stimulating the national economy. And I can just touch on a few benefits of homegrown school feeding programs. First of all, the program has the potential to increase local agricultural production by providing a structured demand for local agricultural produce. Farmers benefit from improved access to markets, and it can create jobs for communities, jobs like catering, processing, and food handling, all of which is stimulated by the linkages with the school feeding program. It can improve family and state economy. It can generate multiplier effects for economic growth. And obviously, it improves school enrollment and completion, which helps to curb dropout rates and also reduce child labor. Last but not least, the provision of hot, nutritious, and balanced school meals reduces hunger, and it improves child nutrition and health, which in turn affects learning outcomes. So we're working with different governments to test out and implement different types of models. There isn't a one-size-fits-all. I think approaches like this have to take local context very much into consideration. And there are different examples, which I won't go into here, but suffice to say that I do think homegrown school feeding is a program that can really leverage the benefits and the opportunities of programs like this. Are evidenced in the many successes we can see around the world. And just before I close, here in South Korea, school meals programs, were first served in the 50s, but really it became a universal program really in the past decade. Having said that, already there are some outstanding examples of how locally driven models of school meals programs that are, for example, based on direct contracts with locally driven local food markets, such as it's called Olbon project, run by the Seoul City School Meals Distribution System, has been successfully generating nutritional, social, and economic benefits, including reduced household burden, value-added economic effects, and increased employment opportunities. So I think just on the back of what Carmen was also saying about the coalition, this is a chance for countries like the Republic of Korea, who have a vast amount of knowledge and experience, not only in the school meals program, but really in linking it to local food systems and understanding the various value chains and the actors that need to be a part of that system. I think the contributions of the Republic of Korea could be quite significant. Also, as a shining example of development, inclusive and sustainable rural development remains a key priority for the government's agriculture strategy, and as well as expanded market access for sustainable production, promoting resilience to climate change in rural production systems, scaling up innovative ICT, high-tech systems and machinery, smart farms, etc., I really do think that there is quite a robust array of contributions that we could look forward to from the Republic of Korea, both specifically for the school meals program through the coalition and for the broader initiatives under the Food Systems Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marian. Marian actually covered a lot of topics, including not only just school meals, but she also mentioned about the role of Korean government in many aspects. So yeah, that's very informative discussion. So now we'd like to move on to the next discussant, and she's the director of KOICA, Jo Jung-myung. I think many of you are already familiar about the KOICA, Korea International Cooperation Agency. It is the government agency which covers the grant project in terms of the ODA. So we'd like to, I'd like to invite Jo to give her comments about the presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Ha. Hello, my name is Jung-myung Jo, Director of SDG Program Management of KOICA. First of all, it is a great pleasure to be a part of this Global ODA Forum for Agricultural Development. I'd like to extend a great thanks to all presenters who have shared their valuable experiences. We believe that it is never enough to emphasize the importance and the value of a global coalition, especially given the COVID-19 context where we have more complex and wide range of problems with limited resources. It is worth noting that global coalition that we covered earlier related to food system embrace comprehensive cycle of whole food system from production, delivery and to consumption. And also it covers not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. I'd like to take this opportunity to first share what we do, what KOICA do in terms of agriculture and rural development, and perhaps explore possibilities where we can make some cross efforts with other international development partners. So for those who may not know or who may not be familiar with KOICA, KOICA is one of the largest ODA grant agencies under Korean government. So we have been active since 1991, and for now we have country offices in 44 our partner countries. So as a grant agency, we also acknowledge the importance of the food system, and annually we have been putting our resources, 10% of our resources, 10% of the total resources to agriculture and rural development sector. So cumulatively speaking, from 1991 to 2019, we have been putting $0.84 billion to this sector. And we are under in terms of policy and strategy, we have 12 midterm sectoral strategies in which we provide main programs and performance indicators in order to better manage our performance, as well as align our efforts and programs with SDG goals. So under agriculture and rural development sector, we have 3 main programs, which I will be explaining soon. And also, the food system related projects are also covered in health and education sectors as well. For example, through the school meals or health center based nutrition programs. So This year, we have updated our 5-year sectoral strategies. Well, our mission for agriculture and rural development strategy is to contribute to national growth and stability by helping rural residents proactively lead a regional development, promote the agricultural industry by helping to raise agricultural productivity and incomes, and develop rural areas through improved basic infrastructure. So what we do is not only technical assistance or capacity building programs, we also do provide some infrastructure as well. Under this mission, we have 3 main programs for this sector, which is first is the sustainable growth of agriculture, forestry, and fishery production, and expanding market access. And second is the inclusive and sustainable rural development. And third is conservation of rural production system and natural resources against climate change. So in the last 5 years, we have been covering nutrition-related projects in Program 1 and Program 2, which are increasing production, also strengthening value chain. In the last 5 years, 52% of our whole project was related to either increasing productivity or strengthening value chain. And that is in money value, it is about $0.1 billion US. So now having these 3 main programs, it does not mean that we only support those 3 programs, but for strategic reasons, we would like to focus more on these 3 areas. In regards to nutrition, we also support, as I mentioned earlier, we also support school meal programs as well as health center-based nutrition programs in education and health sector. Talking about the ongoing projects, since over 70% of our resources are delivered through project schemes, in 2021, this year, we have 50 ongoing bilateral projects, which is in money value $51 million US. And we have these 50 projects in 22 countries. And of which these 50 projects, 22 projects are related to production and value chain, and 1 project is about climate change adaptation. So and in all this production and value chain related projects, we also have some small-scale capacity building activities or food programs for vulnerable groups as a social safety measure. So we either directly support nutrition projects or we try to create some impacts over increasing production or strengthening value chain, which will ultimately contribute to enhancing nutrition in our partner countries. And besides that, in health sector, we have now ongoing 4 projects directly related to nutrition sector. So looking forward, although KOICA is not currently very active in previously mentioned global coalition, we are open for collaboration. And since we are working in terms of projects, on a project-based level, we are already working with other international partners such as FAO, UNDP, or WFP. I think we may find some cross path where needed or where necessary. And for KOICA, since as it was mentioned earlier by Marian Yoon, agricultural sector is very multi-sector. It is also related to eradication of poverty, or it can be a part of school meal program, can be a part of reducing inequality issues, and also global food system is directly affected by climate change issues. So, and also this value chain can contribute to economic and social development of our partner countries. So it's very multi-sector, and what we aim within KOICA is also that we try to design a multi-sector projects. For example, the projects that we are going to implement in next year, 2022, more than half of the projects are multi-sector projects. So we believe that not only including one sector might not be, strong enough or how would say, embracive enough to tackle the global issues. All the different expertise might have to join the efforts to properly tackle the challenges. So the multi-sectoral approach is a quite important part of our strategy, and agriculture and rural development sector could be a best example for multi-sector approach. So, and also we are mainly operative based on projects because more than 70% of our resources are dispersed through project schemes, but we are also open to developing different modalities that are new to KOICA but not new to other partners. And also recently we also actually created a new department for developing new modalities, ODA implementation modalities within KOICA. So we are very open for various sectors and very different forms of implementation. So I think today I have learned a lot what's going on globally in terms of global food system, and all the school meals and the zero waste on consumption, all these different and very valuable experiences could be a good lessons learned for KOICA to develop a new programs. I'm very looking forward to learning more about what's going on globally in the following sessions, and I will, hand over the floor to the to Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Cho. Director Cho spent a lot of her time to introduce the activities of KOICA. Actually, as far as I know, KOICA is the agency that expenses more than 60% of grant budget of Korea in terms of ODA, and in Korean ODA, about 10% of the ODA is toward the agricultural sector, and we do not classify the, for example, nutrition or school meal category as a separate category, so we do not know how much ODA budget is expensed to that nutrition or school meal or other food loss categories. But as she said, the agricultural sector is the multi-sector. So when we look at the size of the agricultural ODA, then maybe you can know how seriously the Korean government is looking at these issues, food system issues. Also, and we have another panelist, Ms. Sune Kim, and I'm afraid if she is available now on the screen. Otherwise, I'd like to invite the presenters for their responses to the discussions from the panelists, and then we can come back to the third discussion.
Professor, Dr. Her, are you okay to hear me?
Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, you just came in. Is it okay to start the discussion because you just came in? Is it okay?
It's okay.
All right. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the chairperson, Dr. Her. I'm Sunhae Kim, Korea Foundation for International Healthcare, COFI. I'm very sorry for being online discussion today. First of all, congratulations on this 2021 Global ODA Forum today. Before discussion, I would like to briefly introduce COFI to all. The COFI, Korea Foundation for International Healthcare, is a public agency under the Ministry of Health and Welfare of ROK to work for official development assistance programs specialized in health sector in developing countries and other health programs for DPRK, overseas Koreans, migrant workers in Korea, and capacity building program on KDRT, Korea Disaster Relief Team, in medical emergency settings. Therefore, COFI has been implementing healthcare projects in Asia and Africa, which includes maternal, neonates, and child health system strengthening, disease-specific programs such as tuberculosis or infectious disease, and non-communicable disease as well. Additionally, capacity building for the healthcare professionals entitled Dr. Ri Jong-wook Fellowship Program, who was the sixth Director General of the WHO, the first head of UN agency in Korea. Now, I'll move on my discussion. In general, when it comes to discuss health issues in relation to nutrition, we usually consider primarily malnutrition or nutritional deficiency or insufficiency. During presentations, globally, number of undernourished or malnutrition people show inequity in regions. From the presentation, SOPHI 2021 data shows that undernourished people was decreased since 2005 to 2019. However, number of undernourished people was increased in 2020, which is mainly due to COVID-19 pandemic. We should pay attention to the vulnerable population within country as well as across the globe. According to the UN report, July this year, pandemic year last year marked by spike in world hunger, which had started increasing trend since mid-2010. Last year, hunger shot up in both absolute and proportional terms. For example, 8.4% in 2019, but 9.9% of all population are estimated to have been undernourished in 2020. So more than half of all undernourished people live in Asia, more than a third in Africa, and a small proportion in Latin America and the Caribbean. But the sharpest rise, that is 21% of population is hunger, was in Africa, where the estimated prevalence of undernourishment is more than double that of any other region. That is the problem, and that is the inequity problem as well. So malnutrition persistent in children in 2020, over 49 million under fives are estimated to have been stunted or too short for their age. More than 45 million children wasted, and nearly 39 million children are overweighted. It's double burden. So all of full 3 billion adults and children remained locked out of healthy diets, as presented before, largely due to excessive cost. Nearly a third of women are of reproductive age suffer from anemia as well. So we should consider like these action plans. As I mentioned, with current COVID-19 pandemic situation, the most vulnerable group is affected the most. To increase the adequate nutrition program, I would like to discuss several perspectives here. First, as presented, it should be multi-sectoral approaches in enhancing healthy diet agenda, such as authorities of health, education, food and environment, etc. So all together work for one target, one goal. Suggested all coalition, they set agendas to diverse sectors. And second is action plans should be made together with vulnerable group in the community as well as the school program. The more active involvement by school to every child, the more school-aged child take healthy diet. In particular, school-aged children are growing phase of their life. They should take balanced and healthy diet. And also, if school program provides good trainings in understanding of importance of healthy diet to their daily routine, it will be continued longer time in their life. Thirdly, it is good approach to initiate food loss reduction. Especially, we usually emphasize the importance of consumption, but we should also make efforts to bring agenda on reducing food loss in every coalition and plan. Food system is very close to environmental system. We should always consider environmental diversity and change each step from farming to waste in food life cycle. So in conclusion, all presentations are focused on new coalition of food system with relevant bodies, which means multi-sectoral approaches. Again, I would like to emphasize the importance of governance, monitoring, and evaluation of the program. Without those, it could be difficult to have targeted results. So I wish we can discuss how far and how much achieve targets and sustainable goals next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Kim. She also introduced her coffee. It is the Korea Foundation for International Healthcare, and this agency is responsible for the ODA in the sector of the healthcare. So it is very informative discussions. So now I'd like to finish our first round of discussion. And I don't think they have raised some questions, but they raised very important issues. So I'd like to know if any presenters can want to give some response to those comments. If you have, then you can raise your hand and all right, okay. Mr. Jamie Morrison, you're the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to each of the discussants for raising a number of, I think, very important points. And I just wanted to pick up on three of those. Firstly, the issue about affordability and feasibility of the types of interventions we're talking about. I think when I presented the Zero Hunger Coalition, I listed a number of types of intervention which had been identified by the CERES 2030 report. Through a very extensive review of research on the impact of different interventions, combined with the modeling approach. And I think what this demonstrated was, to achieve a significant reduction in hunger would not require significant amounts of money. Today we spend collectively about $12 billion per year of ODA on food security and nutrition. This would need to double to about 26 billion per year. That's not unachievable, it's affordable. Of course, it would need to be supplemented by similar amounts mobilized in low and middle income countries and by spurring private sector investment. But as we've seen over the last couple of years with the COVID pandemic, responses are possible, and this is way within the bounds of affordability. So I think that's the first point, that we're not talking about interventions which are unfeasible. It's interventions which we know about and which we can do better by aligning our actions. And this is really what the coalitions are about, ensuring that we align our actions in achievement of these different targets. And that was the second point I wanted to pick up on. The third, I think, important point made by a number of discussants was the need to take a systemic approach. We can look, for example, at reducing hunger, putting a significant focus on productivity increase. But I think what's new through the work we will do through the coalition is that the actions that are taken will also consider and ensure that they are designed in such a way as to not to cause negative impacts on the natural resource environment, as we've seen in the past, but also to look at ensuring greater levels of inclusivity by increasing the returns to those actors within the food system who in many countries are still underpaid, under-remunerated and below the poverty line. So I think a number of important aspects has come out in this discussion, and if we as coalitions can start to work in a different way to address some of these issues, I think there will be progress, as our last panelist asked for, even within the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Actually, this forum is the Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development, and the main theme is exploring the future ODA pathways for transformation of global food systems. So the ODA Official Development Assistance is the wonderful, excellent platform for the discussion of the transformation of the global food systems. So from this forum, we'd like to find the ways to connect between the food system, global food system, and the ODA, and that is one of our objectives of this forum. Before moving on to the next presenter's response, I'd like to have some announcement. After this the session, we'd like to have some group photo session. So, so don't go away before I declare the end of the session. We'd like to have the group photo session. So, so who is going to be the next one to? Okay, Nancy Jennings Abuto. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to all of the panelists. I reflected on the remarks and had 4 different points that came out to me, and actually my first one was the same as what Jamie has highlighted in the last one, that importance of the holistic multi-sectorial approach, and I think that really came out particularly in Dr. Cho's remarks from COICA, in the work that they've been doing already in this regard, and how can we leverage some of the examples such as those highlighted today. And the coalitions are a place where we can learn from those examples and build upon those. And I think that different coalitions have noted the peer-to-peer aspect of bringing together stakeholders that can have a facilitated, efficient and effective way of communicating, so that we're ensuring that we're magnifying those good practices. But then building on that, Director Kim highlighted that it's not only within the agriculture sector that's so important, it's also linking to this, not only within the food system actually in the agriculture system, but linking to the health system, linking to the education system. So it's a systems of systems thinking as well. So as we start to bring together an innovative mindset that takes us across sectors, we're also starting to think across systems. And I think that that's also highlighted again in the coalition thinking, as well as many of the coalitions, those that I've been involved in for sure, have been thinking how we link with one another in that in that way. And clearly, the example of the schools coalition is one where, by definition, it's linking the education system to the food system. So I appreciate that also, systems of systems thinking. Another point I wanted to highlight was brought out by Director Yi's comments at the very beginning, and that's really linking the global coalitions to the impact on the ground. She brought out some really important country-level impacts that you can expect from a well-designed school intervention and how it supports not only children receiving a meal, but the knock-on effects that can be positive across a school and across a community. And this is an example of that impact right at the ground level. And again, these global coalitions are giving that eye to not consider only global impact or global public goods, but really what is it that can drive all the way to the field level. And from the Healthy Diets Coalition, this is one reason we've really been emphasizing that co-creation with members, to be sure that the coalition is built in such a way that the focus is on that country level impact. And finally, just one more thing I heard, Mr. Moderator, was the numbers and the statistics highlighted again by Dr. Kim around hunger increase and around the impact of COVID and its worsening situation. And the reason I bring this out at the end is because it does again remind us of the urgency of our need to capitalize on the momentum that we have today coming out of the Food Systems Summit to collectively do more and do more better. And I think that we have an opportunity here that we cannot let pass us by. So I appreciate the opportunity today, and thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Nancy. As you talked, the agricultural sector is I think, the basic sector that is closely linked with the other sector also, for example, health, education, nutrition, and everything. So it is very important that when I talk with the Korean government, talk about the Korean government, the Korean MAFRA can be the leader of the Korean in discussing about the food system transformation. So, Carmen Bobeno, do you have something to add and respond to the comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for this excellent discussion and panel. At this point, it's a little hard to comment last because, of course, a lot of the reflections are very much similar to my own thoughts as I was listening to the session. Perhaps to add a few issues. One is, it's quite evident, as we knew from the Food Systems Summit process, how complementary each of the coalitions that were discussed in this first panel are, and how connected they are, because inevitably these coalitions were born out of a discussion around better, more nutritious diets, access to better food, livelihoods of farmers, etc. And as the Food Systems Summit process continued during the year, a lot of these solutions kind of blended together. So the coalitions, you've seen right today the presentations that we've made, both how distinct they are in the objectives that they've set for themselves, but also how complementary they are. So one thing I just want to mention is that at the Rome level and at the global level, we have been very consciously connecting among the coalitions to ensure that the solutions that come up through the different dialogues and through the different pathways as well are in a way joining up to support governments with their own objectives. We're keenly aware, of course, that in each country, these problems are not distinct or separated. They're all connected. And so the coalitions, in a way, are designed to bring the collective know-how and focus on particular issues and facets of this problem, but they're actually quite well connected at the country level, and this is something that's very important to note. The other element, as you mentioned, Mr. Moderator, this is an ODA forum. So one thing that we have done quite a lot in the School Meals Coalition is reflect on what is the role of developed countries in these platforms, in these coalitions. Because I would say countries like France, like Finland, like Sweden, over the last few months, they've done quite a bit of reflection of what can they do as members of these coalitions. And I would say there's three main functions or main roles that countries like Korea and others can play. One, and very important one, which is sharing of your know-how, of your experience, providing technical assistance and inspiring other countries with the solutions that you have found yourselves in your domestic programming. So that's a really important part of why countries in the global north and in their developed countries really have something to show and something to collaborate in coalitions like this one. The other one is political leadership. I cannot underestimate the power of leaders like President Macron, like the Minister of Foreign Cooperation of Finland, like Secretary Vilsack in the US, how that has energized and mobilized countries across the spectrum in getting really these issues on the table, and political leaders really saying this is important. We really care about these issues and we are here to do something about it. So the political example and the political leadership cannot be underestimated in the role that countries can play in these coalitions. And the third one, of course, is financing, is funding. How can developed countries support, especially low-income countries, transition to better sustainable models of solutions? And here I just want to say that the transition to sustainability in low-income countries is possible. In the school meals world, we've seen countries like Kenya, like Nepal, like Bangladesh, like Tanzania transition to sustainable models of school meals that are financed by the government, that are sustained by the government over a period of years. And really is the support of countries that are further ahead in that path, that support these countries walk through that transition over a period of years. I want to say that it's not by coincidence that I put funding and financing last, because I do think that there are other ways of engaging where donors and developed countries really have a leadership role and a very important role in the discussions that we're having. And finally, just to say, the coalitions like the School Meals Coalition, for example, which is, I would say, the most concrete of the solutions that came out of the summit, at least until now, really are focusing on systems approaches, platforms that really bring different sectors together, but really action-oriented, solutions-oriented, so that countries can see how can we move forward on a particular investment, on a particular program and policy area where a lot of the sectors converge. So I would say it's broad systems thinking, but with a very ambitious action-oriented approach, solution-oriented approach to countries. And I believe a lot of the coalitions that presented here today have that dual mandate of providing concrete solutions while at the same time thinking about complex systems at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Actually, I have in my mind something to raise for our further discussion, that is the role of the government of Korea. That is, as you know, the Korea has been developed from the recipient countries to the donor country in just a very short period of time. So they say that Korea is the only country that transformed itself from the recipient to donor countries. And in this regard, I'd like to hear from all the participants, what do you expect from Korea with regard to the food system transformation? That is, I can refer the slide, one of the slides of the Carmen, that is how to engage through initiatives. And she talked 6 different ways, that is research consortium, financing task force, peer-to-peer community of best practice, monitoring and accountability, advocacy and outreach task force, and some other initiatives. So maybe not only just the KOICA, but also the MAFAR, Korean Ministry of Agriculture, also tries to increase its budget and is also tries to transfer its the knowledge and experience of the Korean policy experiences to other countries. So those are just the examples. So I'd like to hear from the participants, especially the presenters, what kind of specific roles you expect from the Korean government through this food system summit and the next works. So that is actually my concern, and if we because we have some more time, so I think we can have a time to discuss about that issue also. Is there anybody to respond to my my question? Marian? Okay.
Thank you very much. I think one thing that I would like to mention here in terms of where I think the Republic of Korea could really come in addition to all the other good observations that have been made. You know, in addition to being a shining example of development, and really with some very proven frameworks around, rural development, some of these frameworks which WFP also uses it across its resilience programming. The Zero Hunger Community Project, for instance, that we have done together with KOICA in a number of countries. I think right now, what comes to mind is the importance that the South Korean government is placing on the HDP nexus. So the convergence of humanitarian development and peace being fundamental to any sustainable solutions being put on the ground. It is an ambitious strategy put forward by the government, and it really addresses the core of what organizations like the World Food Program are trying to do out there, really in building and working across systems and really with national governments in kind of integrating different projects, different programs that can address immediate issues, but really kind of address the longer term and the question of sustainability. And so when it comes to the HDP nexus, the South Korean government, I think, could play a very important role at the global level in really championing some of the ways that programs on the ground can actually address that in very actionable ways and really put forward a system strengthening approach when we're trying to look at what that means in holistic ways. Another thing that I do think the government of South Korea can really do when it comes to food systems issues is look at advocacy and being a champion for some of the experiences that it has and can really showcase, and also bring on board other countries, perhaps in the Asia region, for instance, or in the areas where the Republic of Korea is very active. It can lend a powerful voice to champion and to advocate for some of these other countries to also come forward. And then when we talk about agriculture, food systems, rural development. You know, South Korea has, I've mentioned some of it earlier on, but you know, technology, research and development, smart farms. I mean, these are areas where I do think the Republic of Korea have more and more to give, and opportunities to export and work with more and more national governments to build up the technical expertise and the capacity to implement some of these more innovative technological solutions that can really address some of the root causes behind these systems issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marian. In September of this year, Korean MAFRA announced its national food plan. Also, it was developed in after domestic discussions, and after that, also MAFRA announced through the press release that it's going to discuss further with the international community to contribute to the global food system transformation through the platform of the ODA. So I think the Korean government is going to more actively participate in the global discussion and global community through by utilizing many platforms, including the ODA. Okay, so actually, I don't have many questions through the online, but I think they are the issues that was raised through the online was already discussed through our sessions. For example, that's the opportunities and challenges we face during this COVID-19 situation, and how to effectively and efficiently devise the strategies to maximize the impact of the global ODA programs to be accountable in terms of value for money, something like that. So anyway, they are all about the ODA, which should be related with the food system transformation. So I think it's time for me to ask all the participants to give their final comments about this session. So if you have any last comments, then I can give you the chances to talk. Then you can raise your hand and then I can pick a picture. All right, no more? Yeah. Okay, I don't think there is anybody to want to talk more. So I think it's very good time to announce the end of our session. And as I talked before we close this session, I'd like to take a group photo. So don't go away. So just stay on the screen. Okay, thank you. Just stay and have a big smile, even though we cannot give you a smile face. It's done. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation, especially in the room. You wake up very early in the morning, so thank you very much again. And this is the end of the first session, to nourish all the people. Thank you very much.
We will have a brief break. So following a short break, we will resume with session 2, Boost Nature-Based Solutions of Production at approximately 4:20, between 4:10 to 4:20. I will be back to inform you of the exact time of when we will resume. The live events will continue until the end of the forum, so please, we ask for your active participation and interest. Please enjoy the break, and we'll see you after a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a word of announcement for all of our participants of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. Session 2, Boost Nature-Based Solutions of Production, will resume at 4:20 Korea Standard Time, that is in about 5 minutes. We ask that all participants enter the hall and take your seats if you are here at the venue. And for those joining us online, please be seated in front of your camera. Thank you very much. We'll begin in about 5 minutes. Once again, a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. Welcome back to the 2021 Global ODA Forum for Sustainable Agricultural Development. This year's Global ODA Forum is jointly held by the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs in cooperation with various organizations such as COICA, EDCF, and COPIA. It is being held under the theme, Exploring the Future ODA Pathways for Transformation of Global Food Systems. Now we would like to begin session 2 on Boost Nature-Based Solutions of Production. And we will hear presentations on a coalition for food systems transformation through agroecology, the global action agenda to advance nature-positive innovation, sustainable livestock, and agrobiodiversity. Now, please welcome Dr. Émile Frison, panel member of IPESFU, to start us off with the first presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I'm a member of the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems, IPES Food, and I will be talking about a coalition for food system transformation through agroecology. And I will do this through my PowerPoint presentation that I ask you now to project. So, can you put my presentation, please?
올려주시겠어요? 발표하실 내용? Yes, we're having that prepared. It's taking a few moments. 발표 자료 받으셨나요? Do you have the presentation? Okay, I see.
Okay.
All right, good.
Thank you. Thank you. I will first go back and saying what is not working well. I think the 20th century agricultural model is one that works against nature. Industrial or conventional agriculture that is based on uniformity, simplification, economies of scale, and chemistry with chemical fertilizers and pesticides. And this has led to land degradation, loss of carbon in the soil, loss of biodiversity, and destruction of life in the soil. And that makes our food systems unsustainable. We know that food systems are producing 1/3 of the greenhouse gases. It's making us vulnerable to climate change, and it's also responsible for 80% of biodiversity losses. So we really need a transformational change in these systems. And whether we start from underperforming subsistence agriculture in developing countries or from unsustainable industrial agriculture, we need to converge towards sustainable, diversified agroecological farming. And there's been a huge number of major reports in the last few years that are calling for this transformational change, and that are saying that just increasing the efficiency of the current model is not going to be sufficient. We need that transformation. And that requires a different paradigm, one that is based on diversity to create resilience, and one that aims to integrate into a single approach objectives to be met simultaneously: economic, environmental, climate mitigation and adaptation, health, social and cultural objectives. This is based on agroecology, and there's a lot of misconceptions about agroecology. But now, since 2019, we have 13 principles of agroecology that were developed by the high-level panel of experts of the Committee on World Food Security. And these really include a lot of the description of what agroecology is about. It's about economic diversification, about synergies, about more biodiversity, animal health, soil health. It's about input reduction, recycling, participation, fairness, land and natural resource governance, connectivity, social values and diets, and co-creation of knowledge. So this is really about this different paradigm. It's not just about promoting a set of agricultural practices or innovations, among others, such as climate smart agriculture that deals just with the climate dimension, or nutrition sensitive agriculture that deals with tackling nutrition problems, or precision agriculture that tries to be more saving on inputs, or sustainable intensification, again, that looks just at being more efficient. Diversified agroecological systems are knowledge intensive, and they take the best of all innovations that are compatible with the 13 elements or 10 elements or 13 principles of agroecology, combining scientific knowledge with traditional and farmer knowledge through co-innovation to develop locally adapted sustainable solutions. It's also about changing the social relations, empowering farmers, adding local value, privileging short value chains, and linking also consumers to producers. So from an environmental climate point of view, these systems can provide resilience. They put more carbon in the soil, they boost biodiversity, and especially they can restore degraded land and improve ecosystem services. For adaptation, it's been demonstrated in the IPCC report that the adoption of agroecological practices could provide resilience. I'm not going to read the entire quote here, but also from the report of the Global Commission on Adaptation, it recognizes the important role that agroecological approaches can play. But also for mitigation, again, the IPCC report recognizes the major role of agroecology, including agroforestry, by putting more trees, and this allows to capture carbon not only in the soil, but also much more in the permanent vegetation. There are now large-scale examples where here, this picture about farmer-managed natural regeneration in the Sahel, which has shown the tremendous potential not only to fix carbon in the soil and in the trees, but also to make agriculture possible again where it had been abandoned because of land degradation. So we need transformation at scale, and that is already happening. I just gave the example in the Sahel, but also in Andhra Pradesh, more than 750,000 farmers are now practicing since several years natural farming. This is the name that is given there to agroecology, and has shown an average of 20% increase in productivity and 50% increase in net income. In West Africa, the Alliance for Agroecology in West Africa is now bringing together 70 organizations with demonstrating practical evidence. Large-scale regional farmer organizations such as ROPA in West Africa or AFA in Asia are adopting agroecology in their strategy. And also national policies are put in place in an increasing number of countries around the world. So creating these sustainable diversified systems is really very important to address simultaneously these economic, environmental, climate, health, nutrition, and social objectives. But that will require supporting the transition, supporting farmers during the conversion. We must really take a look at true cost accounting. A lot of the externalities of unsustainable practices are not taken into consideration in the price of foods. So we must find ways to either tax unsustainable practices or subsidize sustainable practices, but also facilitate access to land for young farmers that want to start sustainable, diversified agroecological farming, and also support the development of short value chain linking consumers to producers. This transition is already underway. It's not that we have to invent something new. There are numerous examples, as I mentioned, but this requires not only changes in production practices, as I mentioned, but also changes in knowledge generation and transmission through participatory, transdisciplinary research and co-innovation, changes in social and economic relations, and changes in institutional framework to empower the participation of all actors in the food system. And there are different reports, including one from IPES Food, that is showing what has already been done and demonstrating case studies. So as part of the Food System Summit, a major outcome of this summit has been the creation of a coalition on agroecology. This now counts 27 countries, of which 13 from Africa, 6 from Europe, 5 from Asia, 3 from Latin America, but several other countries are in the process of joining the coalition as well. together with 36 organizations, of which 5 UN organizations, FAO, IFAD, WFP, UNDP, UNEP, but also farmer organizations, research and civil society organizations, indigenous peoples organizations, and philanthropic organizations. So we really have a diversity of stakeholders that want to work together to make this paradigm shift and to make this transformation possible. The Agroecology Coalition aims at implementing the policy recommendations of the Committee on World Food Security on agroecological and other innovative approaches. It aims to strengthen research and development programs to support this agroecological transformation, to strengthen the consistency of the various sectoral policies aiming at the agroecological transformation of food systems, and ensuring that public and private investments promote the adoption and large-scale implementation of these agroecological practices. So it's really about making this transformation, as I said, whether we start from underperforming subsistence agriculture or from unsustainable industrial agriculture, moving towards diversified agroecological farming that can not only achieve food security, but also addresses the climate, biodiversity, and social challenges. What we don't want and what must not happen anymore is to push underperforming subsistence agriculture towards a model that is not sustainable. And that's why we really need a different paradigm. And I will be happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frison, for your very insightful presentation. And as he has just mentioned, if any of you that are watching at the moment, or for those of you here at the venue on site with us today, if you have any questions for Dr. Frison, feel free to post them up or leave them on our chat room. Now we will move on with the second presentation of session 2 on a global action agenda to advance nature-positive innovation. And for this, we have Danush Dinesh, Head of Partnerships and Outreach, CGIAR, Research Program Climate Change, Agriculture, and Food Security. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for that kind introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to present this work that we've done around the Global Action Agenda to Advance Nature-Positive Innovation at the UN Food Systems Summit. So as the moderator introduced, my name is Danush Dinesh. I work for the CGI's Climate Change, Agriculture, and Food Security Research Program. This work was co-led together with 2 of my co-leads in the UN Food Systems Summit, Dr. Susan Chomba from the World Resources Institute, and Ishmael Sunga from the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Union. So we've come together with a number of other organizations and countries to develop this action agenda. This action agenda is also very closely related to the COP26 summit, which took place in Glasgow just earlier this month, and offers a bridge to connect some of the outcomes of the UN Food Systems Summit to the climate change negotiations and discussions. And just also to add, for those who are not familiar with the structure of the UN Food Systems Summit, the summit had 5 different action tracks. So this work is part of the action track on nature-positive production systems at scale, but it's also closely linked to the cross-cutting lever on innovation. So the summit also had cross-cutting levers on finance, innovation, gender, and human rights. So this work is linking that lever on innovation together with the action track, and then linking that to the COP26 climate summit. I'll just take you through. So Emil spoke very eloquently about why we need the transformation, and that's exactly the starting point that we are taking also for this coalition, because we cannot continue business as usual. As Emil already presented, agriculture is responsible for 34% of land use, 70% of freshwater use, 68% of total biodiversity loss, 29% of all greenhouse gas emissions. So like it's a huge driver of nature loss and of climate change, but it's also a crucial part of the solution. So our starting point is to think, how can agriculture be a crucial part of the solution? And just as Emil mentioned, we cannot really do incremental actions here and there in the system. We need transformative change. And there are many different ways of getting that transformative change. And one that we focused on this coalition is the role that innovation can play. And it's not business as usual, it's what is business unusual. So as I mentioned at the outset, the food and climate agendas are very closely interlinked. It's a third of all greenhouse gas emissions coming from the food systems, but also over 500 million farmers dependent on agriculture for their livelihoods and who are impacted by climate change. So we felt the need right from the outset on how do we actually connect the outcomes of the UN Food System Summit with the Climate Change Summit, COP26. So that was, again, one of the starting points. But there's been studies which have looked at how much agriculture should contribute if we are to achieve the goal of keeping global warming to less than 2 degrees Celsius. And there is a huge innovation gap. So if the estimate was that if we apply all the innovations that we know exist at the moment, we will only get to about 40% of the emissions reductions needed from the sector. So we have an innovation gap, and what we're hoping to do with this coalition is to address that innovation gap. And this is not just for mitigation, that's one starting point, but it's also for adaptation to climate change, building long-term resilience, and it's also in terms of stopping nature loss. So as I mentioned to you, we were structured within the summit architecture under boosting nature positive production, but linking to the innovation lever of the summit, as well as the COP26. And we had a number of different organizations who were involved in this coalition as well. So among member states, these are the member states who have been engaged, as well as you can see the non-state actors engaged in the cluster, which is also quite diverse, from UN agencies through to civil society organizations, intergovernmental organizations. They've all been providing input and helping shape this coalition. But really, what is it all about and what is it going to get done? So there are three key efforts to take this work forward. So one is this climate short global action agenda for innovation in agriculture. So this is an outcome of the COP26 process. So under the UK's presidency, there were two important action agendas which were announced at COP26 2 weeks ago in Glasgow, and one is this global action agenda for innovation in agriculture. What it really tries to do is to think about what is that new vision for agricultural innovation and how do we actually get that done. So we did a study together with the Commission on Sustainable Agriculture Intensification, and we found that about $50 to $70 billion are spent in agricultural innovation just in the global south. And of all this money, only 7% goes towards climate change and environmental objectives. That's unacceptable. You know, Emil spoke about the need for transformation, and we cannot just keep on putting money into things which are not even addressing climate or biodiversity considerations. So what we try to do is, what is that new vision? How do we shift some of these investment flows to areas that can deliver for climate change and nature? So that's what the Global Action Agenda for Innovation in Agriculture focuses on, and I will come to it a bit later. But another effort which has been led by the US and UAE is Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. So this was submitted to the UN Food System Summit as a game-changing solution. So when we developed this coalition, we brought together the inputs we got from all different stakeholders. There were 30 different ideas which came from the public survey. We brought it all together under this umbrella, and including this work for Aim for Climate, which many countries have joined now, and also received a really impressive launch at COP26. So we want to sort of be a connector of the different efforts which are taking place around innovation at the UN Food System Summit and beyond. And the third key initiative I wanted to highlight is this initiative to reach 100 million farmers by the end of this decade with net zero nature positive practices and technologies. So this is a convening of the World Economic Forum, but together with many other stakeholders. There are more than 40 different partner organizations which are part of this platform for reaching 100 million farmers. But why 100 million farmers? Why not 200? So that's because 100 million is the tipping point. So we have over 500 million small-scale farmers in the world, and by reaching 100 million, it's about 20%, and that helps us to tip the whole system towards transformative change. So that's why this initiative is really focused on delivering the innovation to farmers and making that shift happen. So overall, there are these three elements to advance implementation. One is the Global Action Agenda on Climate Short, the Aim for Climate Initiative, and the 100 Million Farmers Initiative. So now I just wanted to show you a small video about this journey. So let me just try that.
We're facing nothing less than a climate crisis.
Excuse me, Mr. Dinesh, are you getting any sound? Because we're not getting any sound here.
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry, we had tested this, so I assumed it would work.
All right, we could try again. No rush. We could try it again.
If not, your colleagues do have the link, so it can also be played at your end. Shall I just play it again? Does that work?
No, it's not working. Do we have the link? 링크가 있나요? 우리 쪽에? 링크가 혹시 있으면 이쪽에서 틀어주실 수 있나요? I'm checking if we have the link here, if we are able to play it for you on this side. I'm waiting for an answer. Okay. Are you only sharing the screen? I understand that there is a part where you also can share the, I guess, volume or the sound as well. Are you able to share the sound?
Yeah, I'm sharing that as was tested.
Okay, so you're sharing the sound, but we're not getting any sound here.
Okay. That's okay. So maybe what I can do is I can just move on with the presentation. Maybe in that time, if your colleagues are able to access the link again and we can show it at the end, that would be great.
All right, so if the link works here, we will let you know.
Okay, thank you so much. Apologies for that to those who are watching, but essentially, as I introduced those three different initiatives, and this video was a 2-minute clip which was intended to show what this climate short global action agenda for innovation in agriculture is. So which has over 170 different partner organizations backing it, including 18 supporting countries. So we were just hoping to show you what it actually meant.
We're facing
So I will just move on to my next slide. So there are 4 key objectives as part of this global action agenda. So one is, as I mentioned, we looked at how much money we are investing in agriculture research innovation, and this is quite significant. It's about $50 to $70 billion just in the global south, but it's actually not enough. So we did a study again with the Commission on Sustainable Agriculture Intensification, and we found that there is an investment gap in agriculture research and innovation. So that's about $15 billion a year that needs additional, that means additional investment that's needed if we are to step up to the challenge of climate change and biodiversity loss. But where does this money go? So that's the second question. So this cannot go into the same old. Like there is a saying, we cannot solve the problems that we face with the same thinking that caused them. So we cannot put additional money into the same efforts which have caused part of the problem. So it's actually moving away from those systems which are the cause of the problem to ensuring that at least a third of the total investment, so new money as well as all the money that's currently being spent, of which only 7% goes to climate and environmental objectives, we want to shift at least a third of agriculture and research investment, innovation investments, to deliver demand-driven solutions for food systems. So focused on really the nature and climate change challenges. The third aspect is really about how do we get to scale. And I work at a research organization, and we work with many different research organizations, and we know that a lot of the research and innovation that we do, it actually doesn't make it to the farmers. There is a real issue in terms of getting what is tested and what we know that works to actually farmers at scale. So we really want to foster those business models and public-private partnerships that can help to deploy innovations at scale. So that's where really we focused on that 100 million farmers platform, because that's one of those vehicles through which we can really get to scale rapidly. And finally, the fourth key objective is around dialogue on what works, what doesn't, and having an open conversation amongst various different stakeholders. One of the key lessons that I took away from the UN Food Systems Summit was the diversity of perspectives, views, ideologies, and all of them were coming together. There was a lot of friction in several groups, but there were also a lot of people willing to come beyond their comfort zones to have conversations, genuine conversations, and we want that to continue. So that's one of the key objectives. So how can we foster that evidence-based dialogue amongst multiple stakeholder groups? So now the UN Food Systems Summit is over, so where we have this coalition which was launched. We've managed to link that quite nicely with the COP26 summit as well, where we had the Global Action Agenda launched in the presidency event. And we now have an overwhelming number of supporters as well in terms of various different stakeholder groups and countries as well. So what we intend to do moving forward beyond this year is to continue to secure allies who support the vision and objectives. So more and more people who are willing to support us in delivering this, and then advancing the implementation through priority initiatives. So within this Global Action Agenda, based on those crowdsourced ideas, we have a number of initiatives which are willing to implement this. So from next year, what we will focus on is how can we actually support this implementation. The third piece is it's not just supporting, but how can we actually monitor progress towards implementation. So we are also working with the various stakeholders to think about what are those metrics of progress, how can we make sure that all these support and commitment that we are receiving is actually translated into action. So how are we ensuring transparency? And finally, looking at convening dialogues with partners to advance actions and also to have that dialogue, which is essential. So I would really welcome you and to consider joining this initiative, this coalition. So you can find more details at the website below. It's climateshot.earth. This is my last slide. So if we are able to play the video, that would be great. If not, I can conclude here as well.
Well, it is unfortunate that we are not able to share the video clip that you had for us with our audience and our participants. But we'd like to thank you once again for your presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, the following presentation will be our third on sustainable livestock, and it will be delivered by Rory Peter, Executive Director, Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef.
Behind our changing climate. Our global food systems, all the way from farm to fork, produce around a quarter of all greenhouse gas emissions. With the world's population expected to reach nearly 10 billion by 2050, feeding a growing planet while limiting emissions and the damage we inflict on nature is an urgent challenge. The COVID-19 pandemic was a wake-up call to just how interconnected and fragile our global food systems are. We need more resilient, climate-smart agriculture to create a more prosperous future for people, nature, and climate. With our best efforts, the technology and farming methods we use today won't get us even halfway to meeting our climate goals. We have to radically rethink what agriculture can look like. If we speed up innovation in agriculture, we have a higher chance of delivering the climate-smart future we need. We need far more investment into innovation. We need creative, new partnerships between governments and the private sector. And we need better evidence of what works, where, and how. Enter Climate Shot, the agricultural innovation race to save the planet. This is a campaign to transform agricultural innovation for people, nature, and climate. The goal is to accelerate innovation in agriculture around the world. This will improve agricultural productivity and provide better livelihoods for farmers around the world. It will make farmers more resilient, especially women, youth, and marginalized groups that work in agriculture. It will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, increase biodiversity, improve soil health, and better conserve scarce water. We're calling on governments, funding and research organizations, business leaders, SMEs, impact investors, community groups, and youth leaders to ally with the Climate Shot campaign. And we're calling on you, climate champions, to share your stories of innovation in agriculture. Will you help us reach our Climate Shot? Explore climateshot.earth to find out more.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a video clip that was to be delivered by Mr. Danush Dinesh. Once again, that was a campaign for Climate Shot. Now, we will move on to the third presentation. Once again, as a reminder, it will be on sustainable livestock, delivered by Rory Peter, Executive Director, Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef.
Kamsayo, thank you and good afternoon. Good day to you, to those in other parts of the world. Thanks for inviting me to speak here on behalf of the Sustainable Livestock Coalition. Now, if we put my slides up, I'll start by saying that the livestock sector contributes directly or indirectly to all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular to SDG 1, no poverty, 2, zero hunger, 3, good health and well-being, 5, gender equality, 8, decent work and economic growth, 10, reduced inequalities, 13, climate action, and 15, life on land. And of course, there are complex interactions between them. In addition, over 1 billion people around the world, including 600 million of the world's poor, depend upon the livestock sector for their livelihoods. And the majority of the world's food-producing land can only support livestock production. Demand for livestock products is growing fastest in lower-income countries. And unfortunately, to date, only around 2% of ODA to agriculture has focused on livestock. So the gap that Danush was talking about in terms of funding innovation is even more severe when you look at the livestock sector. The livestock sector is worthy of sustainability investments proportionate to the role it plays in global food systems and livelihoods. Can we get my slides up now?
Excuse me?
Are my slides already up? I can't see them.
Oh, your slides, you are not able to see them. I understand. Are you able to put up your slides?
Yeah, I'm sharing them.
On your side?
I am sharing them.
You are sharing it, but we're not getting anything on this side either.
That's interesting. I apologize for that. My mistake.
No problem at all.
Here we go. Hopefully you can now see them.
I think we're getting something. There we go.
Excellent.
Yes.
Apologies for that. I thought that was going to happen automatically when I asked for it. Anyway, useful background to this sector is the FAO report on world livestock, transforming the livestock sector through the Sustainable Development Goals. And it reviews how the livestock sector contributes to each of the SDGs. So I'm representing the livestock organizations that were involved in Action Track 3 of the UN Food System Summit, Boosting Nature Positive Production. And within that action track, there are three closely interlinked areas: protecting natural ecosystems, managing existing food systems sustainably, and restore degraded ecosystems. So sustainable livestock came out of the second of those, manage existing food systems sustainably. And two components of the cluster from the Sustainable Livestock Coalition are scaling best practices and technology and grazing for soil, climate, and people, which also relates to a solution in the Restore Degraded Ecosystems action area on specifically restoring grasslands, shrublands, and savannas through extensive livestock-based food systems. The objectives of the coalition are to help to ensure that governments, investors, donors, multilateral institutions, and others have access to all of the scientific information about livestock's role in delivering the Sustainable Development Goals that they need. This naturally includes the very important role that animal source foods play in human nutrition, and that livestock play in livelihoods, in upcycling and recycling nutrients, utilizing areas unsuitable for producing human edible crops, and livestock's complementary role in crop production systems through manure, recycling byproducts, traction, etc. We also want to create opportunities for farmers, livestock research and extension organizations, governments and private sector to share knowledge and best practices. There is, of course, a wealth of knowledge available. Delivering this to those who need it can be a challenge. We need to address the very significant gap both in adoption of sustainable practice and in production efficiency between the lowest and highest performers, both within and between countries. This will require both investment and information sharing. There are a lot of overlaps between both Emil and Danusha's presentations in terms of innovation and the types of practices which in many cases will overlap with agroecological approaches. We'd like to see increased leadership and coordination for science-based, inclusive and balanced policies to promote peer learning and innovation. Cohesive messaging to ensure that science is the foundation for innovation has never been more important than now in an era where false narratives can spread faster than they can be combated. To achieve all of this, we feel it's important to leverage the work in existing stakeholder fora, including those of the United Nations, such as the FAO Livestock Subcommittee within the Committee on Agriculture, the World Committee on Food Security, and the Global Agenda for Sustainable Livestock, as well as those beyond the UN system that also contribute to sustainable livestock systems. These exist for all of the main livestock species, as well as for regenerative agriculture and livestock management approaches. So the organizations on this slide were involved in putting this coalition together, and I'll just list them because not all of the logos are clear, but the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, Global Dairy Platform, the International Dairy Federation, the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef, Health for Animals, the International Feed Industry Federation, the International Egg Council, the International Poultry Council, the International Livestock Research Institute, the International Meat Secretariat, the Savory Institute, and the World Farmers Organization. So we all came together to propose this coalition, and together we represent a significant proportion of the world's livestock producers, along with companies, academic and civil society organizations striving to ensure that sustainable livestock production remains an integral part of a thriving food system. In addition, through the Inter-American Institute on Cooperation in Agriculture, we've been able to approach most of the countries throughout the Americas, and we're expecting countries from the Americas, as well as livestock-dependent economies in Africa, Asia, and elsewhere, to be part of this coalition. Conversations are taking place with member states around the world, and we encourage all member states that currently participate in the COAG Subcommittee on Livestock to be involved in this coalition, as greater collaboration and exchange will support the work of the subcommittee in achieving its objectives, as well as all of your country's objectives. To refer back to FAO's report on transforming the sector through the Sustainable Development Goals, it's clear that the complex interactions involved in achieving the goals are an ambitious task, and that demands an integrated and holistic approach with member states, farmer organizations, and industry associations collaborating with each other globally. I'll now take a just slightly more detailed look at the two parts of the coalition. The first being scaling best practices and technology, securing a future for sustainable livestock. We need to utilize the diversity that exists. Livestock is produced in a huge range of environments and systems, from the edge of the Arctic to the edge of the Sahara, from both high technology and high input systems to indigenous and pastoral and local small-scale systems. There are dozens of farmed animal species and at least 7,000 breeds adapted to specific local needs and circumstances. Feed resources make use of a huge range of materials, mostly which are inedible to humans. So in this way, the livestock sector can produce a vast range of foods and services in a very wide range of environments. Currently, only a very small share of this diversity is widely utilized, but it's a valuable resource pool for adaptive solutions. And going forward, we're going to need all of that diversity to make sure we can cope with the coming challenges. As Danush was saying, we need to accelerate innovation through better and more appropriate technologies and techniques. So not all of this is fancy new technologies. It may well be techniques that have been used in the past or are still being used in some places and need to be remembered or more widely adopted. Through doing this, we can contribute to improved human nutrition with a lower environmental footprint. We can build on the enormous progress already made in areas such as genetics, feed additives to reduce methane emissions from ruminants, for example, circular resource flows, biodiversity protection, production efficiencies, precision livestock farming, as well as data sciences. There are a very wide range of things that we can do, and as I said, not all depending entirely on modern or new technologies. Many of them could be traditional or ages old. Livestock can provide almost half of our global protein requirements while staying within key planetary boundaries. Future innovations could increase this share. Livestock proteins are of high quality and, in many cases, as or more affordable than plant-based proteins. To accelerate the pace, scale, and rollout of such innovation and adoption of practices, more and better financing facilities need to be created. A fair financial share of this value chain needs to reach the farming community to ensure economic viability for farmers and others in the chain. In terms of measurement and accounting, we need to enable innovation and finance to improve the measurements that we use to demonstrate performance, compliance with regulation, or in global trade arrangements, and in consumer engagement. It's critical that we strengthen tools for monitoring, modeling, reporting, and verification systems that help us understand our use of planetary resources and take better account of circular material flows, biodiversity services, human nutrition, efficiency, and livelihoods. We need more complete and more robust accounting to help all stakeholders, but especially consumers and investors, to properly evaluate and assess the values provided by livestock and make their decisions accordingly. And finally, farmer and producer-oriented evidence-based roadmaps. We need strategies to be developed in their regional context to generate appropriate action on the ground and aim for nature-positive, or at the very least, nature-neutral production within planetary boundaries. In such processes, key stakeholders from farming, science, government, business, civil society, and consumers outline pathways for their priority livestock types and systems, set goals, and prioritize where and how innovation is best applied, and what to promote or reduce. The chosen pathways should respond to comparative advantages of geography, human skills, agribusiness structures, and local demands. These roadmaps need to include appropriate accounting tools, financing, and governance mechanisms. On the grazing for soil, climate, and people action area, where we're talking about restoring ecosystems, mitigating climate change, and enhancing food security, again, we need to build on context-relevant diversity. So that means recognizing, reclaiming, adapting to and utilizing the full diversity of livestock products and production systems around the world, including integrated crop livestock, silvopastoral and rangeland pastoral, as well as smallholder, indigenous and regenerative agricultural systems. We need to accelerate innovation in this area, which means innovation in livestock grazing systems, which has brought enormous progress in the circularity of resource flows, in protecting biodiversity, increasing production efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increasing carbon sequestration, and restoring soil health, while adding to the quality of foods and the services provided. Here again, we need to enhance financing through enabling innovation and novel finance mechanisms so that we can improve accounting systems in global trade arrangements and market and consumer engagement. I mean, a possible way to think of that in terms of regenerative agriculture is certainly the more widespread adoption of payments for environmental services such as carbon sequestration. And we need to enable producers to lead to action on the ground. Farmer-driven and regionally appropriate strategies need to be enabled and developed for nature-positive production within planetary boundaries. These can be inspired by similar strategies which have already been implemented in several countries. As in the previous solution, appropriate accounting tools, financing, and governance mechanisms should be specified in these roadmaps. And just as a final slide, some of the materials I've mentioned, the food systems community has the information around the Sustainable Livestock Coalition, and you can also find the information around the Grasslands and Savannah Coalition there. On FAO's website, you can find their report on transforming the livestock sector through the SDGs as a PDF available online. Livestockdialogue.org is the global agenda for sustainable livestock's website. And COAG subcommittee on livestock has also produced a document on sector contributions to achieving the SDGs. So thank you once again for inviting me here today, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for the very timely presentation on sustainable livestock. Our last presenter for this session will be speaking about agrobiodiversity. We would like to welcome Stefan Schmitz, Executive Director, the Global Crop Diversity Trust. Hello and welcome.
Yes. Hello, everybody, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share basic ideas around agrobiodiversity today with you. Biodiversity has already been mentioned by all of my previous speakers, and more than happy to try to link what I specifically want to focus on around plant genetic resources with you, to link that up to what has already been said before. The application of the laws of industrial production to food production has plentiful food, but it also led to simplicity, uniformity, monotony. So long full supermarket shelves often only present an illusory variety based on very few or very similar raw products. Food systems are often highly subsidized and have developed in a direction that's failing many, making others sick, and destroying the planet. More diversity must be at the heart of a long overdue food systems transformation and is key to a lot of specific items. And I think that that came out of all the presentations by the previous speakers. It's key to securing the world's food supply, to overcoming hunger and malnutrition. It's a key to healthier nutrition. It helps us to averting biodiversity loss. But on the other hand, also it helps small farmers in the global south out of the poverty trap. There should be no doubt about that. This remains to be one of our main concerns, and we need to make sure that we do not push, as Emil mentioned before, that we do not push them into industrial agriculture, but bring them and help them out of underperforming subsistence farming, and diversity, agrobiodiversity is key to it. It is also key to adapting to climate change and to sustainability in general. As with biodiversity as a whole, agrobiodiversity occurs at 3 different levels. There is, on the one hand, the visible loss of agrobiodiversity. It's around the destruction of agroecosystems, and there is a decline in the number of species. But on the other hand, equally important, there is the invisible, the hidden loss of agrobiodiversity the non-expert usually doesn't see. And what do I mean by that? That's a loss of genetic diversity within species, what we call the genetic erosion. Crop diversity, I would like to focus on, is an important part of agrobiodiversity, which again is an important part of biodiversity as a whole. Well, crop diversity plays an important role. There are other elements of agrobiodiversity. Another pillar we just heard of by Petra, that is on livestock diversity. But now let me focus on crop diversity. Crop diversity underpins the productivity, the resilience, and the adaptive capacity of agriculture in general. And that is at the heart of what the Crop Trust, the Global Crop Diversity Trust, is working on. Crop diversity offers great opportunities in that it represents the raw material, the basis from which plant breeders and farmers can breed new varieties that are resistant to harsher climates, new pests, and new diseases. This is the only way to find local adapted solutions to specific local problems, to adapt food systems to climate change, and to produce food without destroying the planet. And crop diversity gets lost every day. Look at these figures, and this is on species and genetic level. China lost 90% of rice varieties since 1950. And when looking at what has been lost since 1900, Mexico lost 80% of corn varieties, India lost 90% of rice varieties, and the US lost 90% of fruit and vegetable varieties over the last century. And this loss of crop diversity happens everywhere. It happens in farmers' fields, it happens in nature, and it happens in gene banks. In farmer field, that affects, on the one hand, the present-day cultivated plants, but it also includes the neglected and underutilized crops. We need to secure future food as well. In nature, that is the crop wild relatives, equally important for securing food for future generations, and also in gene banks if those gene banks are not properly funded. So crop diversity is even under threat in gene banks, which have been established to do exactly conserve agrobiodiversity. Conservation of the remaining gene pool in gene banks is an emergency measure. It is technologically simple and financially cheap. Well-filled and functioning seed banks can maintain a world heritage that will ensure our survival in the face of climate change. But as I said before, these gene banks, especially those in the global south, are under massive threat due to chronic underfunding. Fortunately, there is a powerful political framework for conservation and use of plant genetic resources. It's the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. And one cannot overestimate the importance of that truly multilateral system. The International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, it recognizes the crop diversity as a global common heritage of mankind. It is a legal basis for a multilateral system of genetic resource exchange, access, and benefit sharing. 143 countries are party to that treaty. And the crop trust is recognized as an essential element of the funding strategy of the treaty. It brings together, this international treaty brings together the in situ conservation done by small farmers, by smallholders, and the ex situ conservation gene banks. They are closely linked, and both are an important basis for the sustainable use of these plant genetic resources by breeders, by researchers, by farmers. That is our most important triangle here. It is not just around conservation. I have to underline again, it's about conservation and use. So we need to make sure that we make all these plant genetic resources available, that they are available for use to the breeders, to the researchers, to the farmers. SDGs, the SDGs have already been mentioned, and I would like to refer here to, in particular, to SDG 2 and to the target of target SDG 2.5, where plant or genetic diversity and plant genetic diversity in particular are explicitly mentioned. There is a global system of gene banks, a global system of ex situ conservation with 3 pillars. There is the so-called Svalbard Global Seed Vault, which is the ultimate fail-safe for all the plant genetic resources on Earth. There are the international gene banks, but also national gene banks, equally important to conserve and make these resources available. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault, you might have already recognized, you already know about this. Unfortunately, do not have the time to go into more detail right now. It is worth a separate presentation to go into detail here. Well, let me finalize by saying a few words on the mission of the Crop Trust. It is all about to ensure the long-term conservation and use of plant genetic resources, safeguarding unique and valuable plant genetic resources, the promotion of an efficient, sustainable global system of conservation, the promotion of regeneration, characterization, evaluation, and documentation of plant genetic resources and change of related data. And that is becoming more and more important. It is not just about the plant genetic material, it is also about the data around it. And we do our best to make these data available to a broader public. To promote the availability of these resources. And finally, last but not least, we work on the promotion of national and regional capacity building. the great importance of crop diversity for the future of mankind within the triangle of climate, biodiversity, and food security is not yet widely enough known. The UN Food System Summit and as well as COP26 have been important steps towards greater political acknowledgement of these important issues, but still a lot needs to be done. There is a lot of talk about climate finance these days. We all listen to that, to the debates we had in Glasgow. That is very good. Only a tiny part of the investment must go into protecting one of the most important global public goods we have. That is what we work to, and we invite everybody to join in what we call a global gene bank partnership. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much. Now that we have listened to very insightful presentations, we will now move on to the panel discussion for session 2. First, allow me to introduce our moderator, Professor Kim Chang-gil, invited professor, Seoul National University. And also introducing our panel discussants, Tang Sheng-yao, head of UN FAO representative of UN FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, Professor Im Song-soo of the Department of Food and Resource Economics at Korea University, Director Hwang Song-soo, COPIA Asia Team, Technology Corporation Bureau, Rural Development Administration. And again, our presenters who have given their presentations are still with us for this discussion. So they are from abroad, Emile Frison, panel member, EPES Food, Danush Dinesh, head of partnerships and outreach, CGIAR research program at Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security, Rory Pita, Executive Director, Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef, and last but not least, we have Stefan Schmitz, Executive Director of Crop Trust. And Professor Kim, the floor is all yours.
Thank you for generous introduction for me. We are approaching the last session of the first day of this forum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to session 2 about boosting nature-based solution of production. Under the theme of exploring the future ODA pathway for transformation of global food system, this global forum, ODA forum, has been organized as a forum to share measures being pursued by various international communities to transform food system and seek opportunities for cooperation with Korea. I would like to open this session by providing everyone with the ground rule. We have 3 panelists in the second session today. The time given to this session is about 40 minutes. The panelists please comment on the key contents for about 7 to 8 minutes. After the panel discussion, let's have a time for speakers to answer the panelist question. If you have time, we'll give the panelists the last chance to speak and end the discussion session with a wrap-up. If the panelists have any question due to time constraint, please designate a speaker and ask just one question. If those who attend the forum online today have any question, I will ask the speakers to answer them. Then, as the first panel, we'll invite Dr. Sheng-o Tang, head of the FAO Partnership and Liaison Office, Republic of Korea. Dr. Tang obtained a doctorate from the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Science and worked as Deputy Director General of the International Cooperation Bureau of the Chinese Ministry of Agriculture and worked as a director of FAO South Cooperation Bureau. Now, Director Tang, please give us excellent comment, please. Mr. Tang is in China right now.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Kim, and I'm very pleased to join this session as a discussant. Good afternoon for all, dear participants. If I may recall, in his keynote speech today, FAO DG Chu Dong-yu has made it very clear that FAO will coordinate follow-up actions arising from the UNFSS and host a coordination hub, working closely with partners and key stakeholders for the transformation of food systems in the world. To follow up, and as guided, my discussion mainly refers to two topics: nature-positive innovation and agri-biodiversity. In September this year, FAO released a report titled Tracking Progress on Food and Agriculture-Related SDG Indicators 2021. Some of the main outcomes I'd like to share with you. The COVID-19 pandemic might have pushed an additional 83 to 132 million into chronic hunger last year, making the target of ending hunger even more distant. An unacceptably high proportion of food, 14%, is lost along the supply chain before it even reaches the consumer. Agricultural systems bear the brunt of economic losses due to disasters. Food price volatility has increased due to the constraints placed by the COVID-19 pandemic and associated lockdowns. Progress remains weak in maintaining plant and animal genetic diversity for food and agriculture. Gender inequalities in land rights are pervasive. Water stress remains alarmingly high in many regions, threatening progress towards sustainable development. Next slide, please. As a matter of fact, FAO has been working for years to address food systems transformation in the world, supporting nature-positive innovation, such as KJWA is an example. The Coronavirus Joint Work on Agriculture, KJWA, is a landmark decision under the UNFCCC that organizes the unique potential of agriculture in tackling climate change. The Coronavirus decision addresses 6 interrelated topics on soils, nutrient use, water, livestock, methods for assessing adaptation, and the socio-economic and food security dimensions of climate change. This includes workshops and expert meetings, working with constituted bodies under the convention. Another example is climate smart agriculture, CSA. CSA is an approach that helps guide actions to transform agri-food systems towards green and climate resilient practices. CSA aims to tackle 3 main objectives: sustainably increasing agricultural productivity and incomes, adapting and building resilience to climate change, and reducing removing greenhouse gas emissions where possible. At the same time, FAO also develops and implements programs and initiatives. Due to limited time, I will not cover the programs and initiatives in depth. I would like just to mention the names of those initiatives. For example, the Green Cities Initiative and the Energy Smart Food Program. Next, please. Now I would like to
Dr.
refer
Tang,
to
please. Dr. Tang,
Yeah?
if you prepared some presentation material, right, it's okay, right, I'm sorry. It's okay, continue. This time is up here, your material.
Okay.
Sorry. Please go ahead.
Agri-biodiversity is a result of natural selection processes and the careful selection and inventive development of farmers, herders, and fishers over millennia. Agri-biodiversity is a vital subset of biodiversity. FAO has established a strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agricultural sectors. FAO also develops and implements various programs to enhance agro-biodiversity. The second example is a domestic animal diversity information system. This is an example, DADIS. DADIS is a domestic animal diversity information system maintained and developed by FAO. It provides you with access to searchable databases of breed-related information and photos and links to other online resources on livestock diversity. Furthermore, you can also find the contact information of all national coordinators for the management of animal genetic resources. It allows you to analyze the diversity of livestock breeds on national, regional, and global levels, including the status of breeds regarding their risk of extinction. A second example is the WIEWS, World Information and Early Warning System on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. WIEWS is an information system used by FAO for the preparation of periodic country-driven global assessments of the status of conservation.
Technical problem. Sorry for some technical problem. We'll check for that right now. 코멘트가 안 끝났는데요. I'm sorry. Dr. Tang, his connection is not good. It's a network problem. Okay. I think, unfortunately, Dr. Tang's comment is not finished. So I think the internet connection is not good right now. So next discussion, next panelist, Dr. Lim, and then we'll, if it's okay, and then Tang is continue. Is okay? I think, Dr. Lim, you prepared? I just introduced right now. Second panelist, Professor Song-Soo Lim in Korea University. He earned a doctorate in agricultural economics from Texas A&M in the United States. He worked as an expert in the field of agricultural trade area at the Korea Rural Economic Institute, and he participated in various activities of ADB and FFTC. Professor Lim, please your comment.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim. Thank you for having me. 안녕하세요. I send my warm greeting to the presenters staying in a foreign land. My topic here is the first two presentations regarding the ODA transformation toward agroecology and nature support innovation. Before I continue, I want to remind just the basic element of the agroecology. Next slide, please. Okay, as FAO provide, we see this kind of 10 elements of agroecology, and also we heard about those main the components from our presenters. But I just recall these 10 elements because those terms are rather foreign to us from the Korea's ODA perspective. We haven't focused our aid on those key terms or key themes so far. So I'd like to share my thought today how we may transform our ODA, agricultural ODA, toward this new paradigm, as Mr. Prince mentioned, that how we can, in line with these elements, we can promote those win-win outcomes in terms of climate or agroecology, environmental protection, and small-scale farmers' livelihood in many places. Next slide. So more specifically, can you level up, or we can go up from this level 1, 2, and 3 to level 4 and 5. How we can transform our systems from this first 3 levels into the end, the goal of this agroecology, or as I just mentioned, those climate considered, those resilient ecosystems, and how agriculture can be part of that ecosystem's sustainability in the future. So what would be the pathways to reach this level 4 and 5? I'd like to comment a little bit about those pathways. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, I want to make a couple of premises before I continue my discussion. As we heard from the presenters, I believe there is a large consensus that agroecology is the way to go. Then, given this consensus, I would like to say that agroecology is a science. I changed a little bit of my emphasis on this word, science. Or we can find some evidence basis, argument for why we pursue the agroecology or the nature supporting, innovation in the future. So how this scientific evidence support our transformation? Then how ODA may go hands by hands with that transformation in the future. Second promise is agroecology is a key strategy to achieve sustainable development goals. Well, food systems, we saw from this food systems summit by the United Nations last month that food system can be a central place in the SDGs. So how we can realize these food systems or transform the food systems to achieve this 2030 agenda, I think that would be how ODA can be a driver of that direction or transformation. That is the key issues we want to share our thought and our effort, collaboration to achieve that goal eventually. Next slide. So I like to highlight the 3 gaps This is my own term, my personal naming of that. Please allow that. Okay, this is my subjective observation. Gaps in the agriculture. And Mr. Frinson mentioned about the Andhra Pradesh story, successful story, about 20% increase in agricultural productivity and 50% of increase in net income of farmers. I also came across many cases, successful cases about this agroecology-centered ODA. But if you look at the previous literature, academic literature, you find that over those meta-analyses indicate that organic agriculture ended with about 20% lower the productivity. And also it has the stability, we use this term, relative stability, change in yield over time, that is about minus 15%. That means that still there's a dominant, the organic farmers, they suffer from lower productivity in the world. And because of lack of market access or premium market, unlike many places in developed countries, they may not get premium prices for their organic products. In other words, if you spread this agroecology method to low-income farmers or small-scale farmers in many developing world, probably it's not easy to persuade them to adopt this sustainable farming practices, given this low expected productivity. On the other hand, if you look at this conservation farming practice, like no-tillage farming versus the conventional agricultural practice, the loss of the productivity is less than 3% in the more than 100 studies indicate that. That means no-tillage farming can be compatible with the sustainable farming practices. Without much loss of productivity, we can spread this method to farmers that they can preserve, preserve this carbon on their soil without loss. So this research indicate that how we can overcome these barriers to spread, to summon our farmers in low-income countries to adopt agroecology for their main, main practice of farming. How you can make it mainstream in the agriculture and agriculture policy as well. Next slide, please. Second gap I would like to indicate is our research. Mr. Dinesh mentioned about the innovation gaps. I like his word better, but I use these gaps in research. If you look at the US Department of Agriculture, they spend the research budget, but if you look at their budget entries, and most of this budget is first line, second line, as you see this column, about majority of their budget on R&D go into less input or efficient input use or productivity increase, things like that. According to Mr. Frickson's word, this is an old paradigm. If they provide this research, then our farmers cannot adopt more the climate smart or the nature supporting farming practice, because there is no extension services regarding that practice. There is no research support for that. So even if you look at the United States budget in 2014, we find that only agroecology-centered research is about merely is 5% or 10% out of a total budget. Then we see huge innovation gaps in research areas. How we can overcome these barriers to spread successfully this future-oriented or sustainability-centered skills to our farmers. Lastly, next slide. If you look at the ODA, this is the Dutch study this year. And Dutch, they tried to, one of the main donors in the development aid, They studied this 10 years, their experience about foreign aid. It's about 2.6 billion euro. And they find out that it's a level 1. I'm not sure if you see this graph well, but level 1, 2, and 3, that can be categorized as agroecology-centered aid. They account for merely less than 5%. Even we look at the Dutch, the aid practice, we find that this sustainability-centered, the aid account for a very small amount of out of the total aid. Next slide. So our daunting task before us is to make this transformation. How? Next slide, please. We need to shift our historical experience based upon conventional agriculture, 새마을 movement, our productivity, new variety of rice, 통일벼, type of things. Okay, we push this, we achieve these successful outcomes under no constraint about sustainability, no constraint about climate change. But now we are facing this new paradigm, new constraint. How we can achieve those win-win outcomes? We need to put more emphasis on research on that, and we need to develop this experience and share with, knowledge sharing with those developing countries' farmers and that aspect. That is a new paradigm. I think that is a new transformation, what Korean government and our private sectors have to give this kind of commitment and support for this, the ODAs. And also, we need to reorient this sustainable intensification. That means what? Lower input and larger output, or sustainable input use rather than the chemical basis, the input. But this has a potential contribution to the sustainability. We need to go a step forward, step beyond that level. So that is just something like what climate smart agriculture practice. And thirdly, as I emphasized, R&D scheme must be reoriented more toward agroecology or innovation. Lastly, then bottom-up approach. This is very foreign to us. How you can use the rural or local knowledge, indigenous people's cooperation and their participation in our ODA effort. I think this is a very, very grassroots basis, or spirit of this agroecology. We need to push ourselves as a Korean citizens or government. We need to push ourselves toward that direction to achieve this new paradigm and sustainable goal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for Professor Lim's excellent comment. He highlighted 3 gaps in agriculture, research, and ODA. He emphasized ODA transformation from sustainable intensification to ecology. I think it's very informative for us. He finally suggests the ODA implication for Korea. There are 4 things: a shift from historical experience based on conventional agriculture, reorientation of sustainable intensification toward agroecology, the thirdly, creation of research and support. Finally, he emphasized organization of a bottom-up approach. I think his suggestion is very informative for this forum. We'll discuss about our final wrap-up discussion. Now, third panelist is Dr. Hwang Song-soo of the Rural Development Administration. He earned a doctorate in animal reproductive physiology from Jungang University. He works as a team leader of Asia team of COPIA, Korea Program on International Agriculture in Rural Development Administration. He worked also worked at the National Institute of Animal Science of RDA and postdoc experience of University of California in San Diego in the United States. Dr. Wang, please, your excellent comment, please.
Thank you for your introduction, Chairman. Today, I would like to share my experience to manage COPIA program in Asia and Africa. Currently, cutting carbon emission is one of the most important common and critical issues in donor countries to slow climate change. Livestock industry accounts for about 40% of agricultural carbon emissions. Paradoxically, it is affected by climate change. For example, 60% reduction of meat gain rate in pig, and 32% of milk production in dairy cow, and 16% reduction in spawning rate in poultry science. It is important to control entire fermentations and livestock manuring to reduce agricultural carbon emissions. Next slide, please. One of the most important things in implementation of ODA project is mutually beneficial relationships between donor and recipient countries. As you can see in this slide, the yellow box is our COPIA partner countries. They have lots of cattle, but its productivity is very low compared to Korea. So we need to put technological interventions and the transfer to expand the stationary animal husbandry, improve livestock quality using assisted reproductive technologies, and apply precision feeding technology to improve nitrogen use efficiency and to reduce phosphorus from livestock manure. Simultaneously, a recipient country cooperate to accept and disseminate this technology to improve agricultural productivity and farmers' income. Based on adoption those technologies to their agricultural policies and strategies. And also, they have to effort to reduce deforestation, drainage, and the burning of organ soils. It will help to both sides to reduce agricultural carbon emissions. Next slide, please. I would like to introduce model village project of COPIA Mongolian Center, which is in line with the Mongolia's agricultural policy, the national program to support intensive livestock development wrote to increase the number of intensive livestock of beef and sheep by 20% by 2023, and to boost animal beef supply and feed supply and production by 40%. But I think it is difficult to achieve the goals because right now, in my opinion, in my knowledge, the livestock, intensive livestock, the rate of intensive livestock in Mongolia is 7% in this year. So I think we have to effort to. We are trying to focus on the improvement of Mongolia's beef cattle beef cattle quality rather than quantity. As you can see in this slide, the mean body weight and carcass weight of Mongolia's beef cattle is about 40% and 30% compared to Korean beef cattle, respectively. So we are input package technology program to improve the quality, such as assisted reproductive technology, like artificial insemination, the expansion of cultivation area for grass and fodder crops, and appropriate feeding systems for TMR and FTMR. Okay, next slide, please. Let me take an example for systematic package program among ODA organizations in Korea, specialized in water, energy, food, and value chain. While we get together to receive PCP and request a letter from government and the planning, project planning, and even feasibility study. While setting up irrigation and energy infrastructure in the first year, the food team has prepared a seed for mass production. And then if the infrastructure process is ongoing, we start to transfer the technologies to the country. After that, if the agricultural production is in place, the products will be processed and distributed to add value. The main point of this package program is a different attending point of the organizations to maximizing their expertise. So I heard that, I saw that lots of NGO and lots of organizations can attend and harmonize this program. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang just introduced some Korea approach in sustainable livestock in Mongolian case, and then he suggests about some package program in ODA organization, some electric power system and an appropriate technology in Korean case is very informative for us. Unfortunately, in the first panelist, Dr. Tang is not available, some technical problem. Now we ask to Deputy Director, FAO in Korean office, Narari. Is okay? Okay.
Everyone, can you hear me well?
Thank you. Right. Please continue your comment on Dr. Tang. Right.
Okay, so sorry for the inconvenience due to Mr. Tang's unstable internet connection. So as introduced, my name is Nara Lee. I'm the assistant representative. So as Mr. Tang already presented until the slide 4, I'll continue with the next slide. May I go to the next slide, please? Next one. Can I go to the next, please?
Go ahead, please. Right.
Yes. So as today's event is held by the Korean government under the topic of ODA, I thought it would be worth mentioning the existing partnership and potential cooperation areas of FAO and ROK. So as you can see from the slide, the Republic of Korea joined FAO in November of 1949. So FAO and ROK have more than 70 years of membership, partnership, and cooperation. So Republic of Korea is the 7th voluntary contributor with its 28th funded projects. So as you can see from the slide, the projects supported by the Korean government through its voluntary contribution is divided into 4 major areas: agriculture, food, fishery, and forestry. But the list does not show detailed titles of each project, but it was prepared just to give you an idea about the main topics. So if we just analyze the main topics of the cooperation focus, it would be divided into 4 different keywords. So number 1 would be the capacity building in various sectors, and number 2 is advancing technology. And the third one is setting standards and guidelines based on Korea's experience. And the first one is responding to climate change, which is actually the major concerns and interest of everyone. Next slide, please. So last but not least, I'd like to propose some future directions of ODA. So number 1, the most important thing, because I'm talking about the cooperation between ROK and FAO, so it'll be very important to understand ROK's priority. As it was introduced by other panelists, considering ROK's priority is very important, and the first one is climate actions, which includes updated NDA as well as carbon neutrality. And also the second one would be the Korean New Deal, so which Korean New Deal responding to COVID-19 and contributing to new technology for job creation and climate actions as well. So as also was introduced and discussed by lots of presenters and the discussant, the sustainable food system is one of the major areas of interest and also concerns of ROK as well. So the second part that I would love to present here is understanding FAO's strategic framework. So now I think not only just FAO, but also lots of UN agencies are focusing more on making integrated approaches with more interactions with diverse partners. So taking this opportunity, I'd love to introduce FAO's new strategic framework, starting from next year, which will focus on 4 betters. It's better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life, leaving no one behind. So that basically we can make more sustainable food, transition to more sustainable food systems. So, and also the second part that I wanted to present here is that FAO is trying to make more integrated programs and initiatives, such as High and COVID response. So those initiatives and programs are scientific-based and country-driven types, where FAO actually can play a role as the matchmaker and filling the gaps between needs and support. And also the third one is strengthening cooperation and also having more active engagement with partners, including youth and private sector and farmers organization, as well as the civil society. So also, lastly, I'd love to take this opportunity to present about the main role of FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea in strengthening cooperation between FAO and ROK. So the Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, which was officially had its operational launching ceremony in April, can play a role in strengthening cooperation with its 3 objectives and responsibility. Number 1 is promoting visibility and outreach of FAO and ROK. And second is building and strengthening partnership between FAO and ROK with more understanding of each priority and concerns and interest. And also the third one is aligning priorities ROK with FAO's programs and priorities for resource mobilization so that ROK actually can share more of each experience with other developing countries. So with that, I'd love to complete the presentation. Thanks so much, Chair, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Narori, Deputy Director in FAO Liaison Office. I think FAO is just some Korea priority and FAO strategic framework and FAO partnership and liaison office. I think in FAO also very much concerned about some ecology aspect, some collision. Was there? I think FAO emphasized that point in the future, I think. Right now, thank you a lot of effort for preparing presentation material with the key contents for clear message delivery and effective discussion operation at a given time for this second session. There are no specific questions, panelists to speakers. However, there are online, offline, there are 4 questions. The first question, we pressed for time, just a short answer. I don't know who's the exact expert. The first question, in exploring the future ODA pathway for transformation of a global food system, examining where we are will be important, but data collection and creating the data model to conduct high-quality analysis process challenging. How can increase the level of accuracy in the data collection and analysis to know exactly what you are to strive? I think in this first question, I think Mr. Meyer, please, is it possible to answer, shortly answer in this question? Data collection.
Well, thank you very much for this question. I think collecting data is, of course, very important also so that we have a mechanism for later reporting. But we must not forget that before we can collect data, we have to generate these data. And it is very important, as has been said by several of the speakers, that we really embrace a bold step. We've heard that from many instances also outside of this meeting here, a bold step towards transformation, building on the better use of diversity and moving towards this co-innovation. And I was very pleased to hear Mr. Songo's intervention going along those lines. And I hope that Korea will also join the Agroecology Coalition, which includes also a data collection component. Thank you.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you, Meyer, please. The second question, if you will explain the key concept of sustainable agricultural development to our children and youth, could you share how we can easily explain these to them? I think this question to Mr. Dianis, Global Action Agenda, if you are available, this answer the question is okay?
Yeah, sure. That's a very interesting, and it's also a philosophical question. And I think just having been to the COP26 meeting as well, and where there were lots of young people campaigning outside the meeting venue, calling for climate action. What can we, and they are sort of criticizing the negotiations going inside, saying this is all blah, blah, blah. And I think we need to be very, embrace that criticism and say, we're not just talking here, we're taking concrete actions. And what is emerging for me from all the presentations and interventions today is there are key concrete actions emerging around this transformative agenda. So, there is a coalition on agroecology, a coalition on innovation, a coalition on agrobiodiversity. All these are opportunities for us to act and go beyond just the talk. And I think we just need to embrace that opportunity and say we made the right decisions, we took actions, we committed ourselves to these coalitions and got things done so that our future generation can actually reap the benefits of our actions today.
Thank you, Dinesh. I think the third question is some technical, more focused on livestock sector. I think the question is how does amino acid feed additive through microbial fermentation affect sustainable livestock? I think please repeat it if you is available the answer. Very technical, but anyway.
I don't think that I'm the best person to answer this question. I'm sure that it's an innovation that's useful. I would say that the one innovation in terms of feed additives that we really need to be focusing on at the moment is the addition of anything to ruminants feed that can reduce the enteric methane emissions without compromising the animals' welfare or performance. And there are several of these starting to be developed, some based on natural ingredients and some based on synthetic ingredients. There are a couple based on combination of essential oils and ingredients like garlic. There's one very promising based on a type of seaweed called Asparagopsis taxiformis, which has shown a reduction of enteric methane emissions of in the order of 80% in live trials. And there are some synthetic molecules which do a similar job. So to me, in terms of bang for your buck and where we should be investing in reducing that 40% share of agricultural emissions that comes from livestock, enteric emissions is the really large one, and we need to be focusing on doing that.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a very technical question, but anyway, really, Peter, I really appreciate it. Final question. What are the potential solutions to diversify the financial flows for sustainable agricultural development? If it's available, Mr. Stefan Schmitz.
Yes, thank you. More long-term financial solutions is necessary, and not just for those kinds of investment that give more or less immediate return on investment. The challenge is one of the challenges is how to attract patient capital, how to attract money for global public good, where the benefits, the return we get will be only in 10, 20, or 30 years from now. And that is one of the key points here. And the model, the crop trust created by creating an endowment fund for such a global public good as agrobiodiversity, as crop diversity, is one of the potential ways to go, which we are very in favor, what we're advertising, and we want to partner with as many partners as possible.
Thank you, Stefan Smith. I think it's a very difficult question, but anyway, I really appreciated your excellent answer. Right now is almost closing time. We are pressed for time, but anyway, I'd like to wrap up in this session. I think this session is, there are 4 topics covered: ecology and nature-based innovation, sustainable livestock, and agrobiodiversity. I think all themes are more focused on some diversity. I think Emmanuel Prison emphasized some diversity provide resilience for future shock. I think it's a very important concept in this forum. Also, Mr. Stefan Schmitz mentioned about crop diversity is underpin their productivity, resilience, and adaptive capacity. I think this is, we call this kind of thing in climate smart agriculture also important. Also, Dr. Lim mentioned about this is new paradigm from some sustainable intensification to agroecology. So I would like to emphasize the ecology aspect. So international community emphasize right now some collision between international society and in Korea government participation, some aspect. I don't know that exactly. Some collision suggests some excellent collision concept. In the future, Korean government much concerned about some collision in this aspect, agroecology. In Korea, right now, Korean government emphasize expand some ODA budget in the government in the future. So currently, most of ODA project, some focused on agricultural productivity efficiency. So right now, in the next round, we are much concerned about some agroecology or some diversity or sustainable livestock. I think it's very important for us. So I think summarizing in this forum, in conclusion, I would like to thank the panelists for a very informative and stimulating session. In expressing this appreciation, I'm confident I speak for all the online and offline attendees, and particularly those who stayed of the end of this forum. And above all, I would like to thank MAPRA. Mr. Song Nam-gun is here for hosting this forum and providing us with very much appreciated hospitality. In addition, I would like to express my gratitude to the Korean FAO Association for its business support in hosting this forum. Finally, I would like to thank all the speakers and panelists and audience for making this forum success. Thank you all these participants. I'll conclude with this forum. Thank you. If you don't mind that we're the photo session, please stay there. Just 1 minute. Is okay? 한 1분 동안 우리가 제스처를 하면 되겠죠. Please gesture for the online picture. 여기만 보면. 네? 아, 일어나서? 이렇게 일어나서. 앞으로.
Shall we take a photo on the count of 3 then? All right, everyone smile for the camera. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Shall we wave our hands for another group photo? Okay, let's 한 번 더 해볼까요? This time waving our hands on 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you. And with that, we will conclude all of today's presentations and discussions. I would like to express my gratitude to all of our presenters, our panel discussants, and moderators for a successful Day 1 forum. And we thank our audience of the 2021 Global ODA Forum for your interest in the forum as well. We truly hope that the discussions by international organizations will be well reflected in the Korean ODA policy, contributing to the achievement of SDGs. Now, a reminder of Day 2 of the forum. It will start tomorrow, November 23rd at 1:30 p.m. Korea Standard Time, with keynote speeches of Executive Director David M. Beasley of UNWFP and President Gilbert F. Houngbo of IFAD, discussing sessions on advanced equitable livelihoods, decent work and empowered communities, and build resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stresses. Once again, thank you for a successful Day 1 forum, and we will see you again tomorrow. Thank you and goodbye.